morning. I need just to unwind. Most of the night felt off. Nothing went wrong. I just felt again. More and more I've been having those square peg round hole nights. I just can't fit things in where they're meant to go. So I got myself a cup of coffee. I got myself some water. I just finished off my... And we are going to some speedruns. The simple stuff. We're not gonna be like speedrunning. I just want to try some tech out. I want to see how it goes, and we're gonna see if we can manage any worthwhile. I've got a couple ideas I want to try for the route, but it could drastically. But we'll see. So I've split up. And we are going to be... You know what? I need to actually... It's for regular. For a regular screensaver, I need it to fit properly. Hardly for the TV. Right. But it is time. So, the 100% runs today. The official leaderboards have opened a day early. So these will be submitted for the time being. I'll be cutting out the highlight. But before we do that, we are just going to load up our run from yesterday. Just HIMBY here in the middle has everything. I've got auto splitter disabled too, because I've never been able to get it to work properly. When you save, quit, and reload, it seems to not load or register stuff. But here is the run from yesterday. This is everything done. All of our friends, all of our helmets, all of our swords, all of our skateboards, a whole lot. I can text and I've already found everything. I can megaphone and I've already found everything. So, my current thought, the ninja headband is going to be super important to get early on. The weapon, as far as I'm aware, doesn't particularly matter, but nunchucks do seem to have a wider area of effect, which is again same place, Ninja Village. The board, no real particular preference here, but we are going to have to hunt for some currency because trampoline, bin lid, that weapon there, and that weapon there, as well as the sticky hands, all total something close to like 3,000, 4,000 scrap. So we're going to need quite a bit of resources. The shurikens are 500. Oh, and the paint blaster's like $6.99 or something, isn't it? We've got... These two are going to be used mostly for travel. And this is the tech I want to basically figure out. I need to know whether or not I can get utility out of the bracelets. Because, long story short, We do the tutorial island, we get the first bracelet for free, then we come over here to the forest and we climb up the tree. Climbing up the tree doesn't take very long, that's one of the easy ones. But let's go have a look. I'm still working on gliding tech though. It's not very reliable. First bracelet you get on the main island is here. Now, right below us, you've got Jean. And... no, that's Jean. So let's hang on. What's your name? Antone. Did you come up here? I need to figure out what we unlock in what order. Because this is pretty simple. Jump up here, bounce once, twice, 3 times, and you get the branch, and you don't mess it up like that. That's gonna kill most of my runs, is me just not executing properly, to be quite honest. Come on. Sloppy with inputs, learning a couple of different things as well. So I'm still trying to figure out how to... the gliding stuff is unreliable, I've heard. And this is driving me insane, figuring out how to bounce properly. It's just a visual thing. The scent that does not touch. Look, you know what? I have bubblegum. I don't know why I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. But that's it, right? So we come to the forest, we jump up here. Even do it like that, right? We don't need to double jump onto the other branch. But that's it. Talk to the guy, 500 scrap, get the second bracelet, easy peasy. So then, obviously, we would have ragdoll already. We may be able to ragdoll fly if we can pull it off from the tree halfway across the map. But this is where I think rushing bracelets doesn't make sense. Because if I rush my bracelet, so let's say I skip all of the quests and I come straight up here and I jump straight right here, right? So we've done, I'm probably going to do the regular route from any percent. So it'll be islands, skim across, bowling ball, and then I don't know if you come straight here. I think you come straight here, start the village quest for the tree, then you talk to everyone, then you go get the beetle, ninja village, and then you chase everyone over there and come back with the beetle, blacksmith, beetle. This quest here, I don't know, do you start with this quest or is it bug? I forget. I think you end on this quest, because then you head back out that way. That's right, you end on this quest for the cheese wedge. You run back out. That's where I lose what the 80% run is. I genuinely have forgotten what he does out there. But he goes around, comes back, talks to Billy, and that's about it. For 100% though, we can't do that. Not the same way. For 100%, we're going to have to talk out to the kids on the pier for lunch. We're going to have to get the camera guy and to climb that tree. And we're going to have to do both of the quests in the ninja village, one of which does take a little bit of time. So there's a bit more to do in the area. And this is where I think getting the bracelets is going to start not making sense. Because it only really comes into its own for cleanup duty at the end. After this, I don't actually know if there's any reason you would... So we get the bracelet here. We've got 2 bracelets. I don't know if you would ever actually climb up here to this branch. But the next objective is the windmill for the 3rd bracelet. And the final objective is up there for the 4th bracelet, which is your last one. Once you have all 4, you get infinite stamina and you can abuse your bubblegum and your ragdoll as much as you want. The town is in the center, and just over there is where you get your bubblegum. So I think my route is going to be the same as any percent, but with more stuff. Once we've done the any percent run, basically, we'll probably just run back around in a second loop to clean up pots and stuff. And then we'll end up climbing up here and paying for the bracelet. And I think that's when we're going to do this. and hope that we can glide. We're gonna skip the tea party. We're gonna come right over here to this guy's house with glide. And I think we're just gonna talk to him, get bubblegum. We're gonna clear off his roof. Bubblegum. Probably... I don't think we come down here until later. But we could get the pencil guy out the way here. He's annoying, but we could just get him out the way. From there, we would have 2 bracelets and bubblegum. We could use it 4 times. It should be fine. Now that's something I have to remember too from the tree. We can only use it, no, wait. Yeah, 4 times from the tree, so we can't glide the whole way. Only probably half the way, which is why I also want the ninja headband, because you run faster with it. So that's going to be early on as well, which is why we're doing the tree first still. After that, we would come here, we would start this quest, we'd get that quest out of the way. Immediately, I'm running up here and doing these. I'm gonna have to get used to the fact I don't actually have infinite stamina when I start again, aren't I? But we're gonna come up here. And we're gonna get our next bandana, which will be the 3rd out of 4th. After that, we could probably launch ourselves over to the island and clean up that area of the map properly. Then we'll come over here and we'll do the duck. Then we'll come over here and do Jada. I don't know how we're going to incorporate that part of the cliffs though. I feel like that whole area is going to take the longest time. Just purely because we want to get most of the coastline down here done first before we move over to the mountains. But we would have 6 hops, I think, at this point. 3 bracelets, 2 hops each. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump. We get 2 more. Honestly, would it be better just to launch myself at speed, perhaps? Let's go back and we'll just try 6 in a row at max speed, shall we? Because you gain velocity the faster you use it, if you don't mess up the inputs. So it'll be into that. But you gain momentum the quicker you use it. That doesn't get us up the mountain, but it does get us to this ledge here, I think, safely without grappling. Then we can do it again. So drop. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We would probably drop onto this thing here. I don't know if that bounce would refresh our stamina, but that could work. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the final bracelet. Once we do that, we have infinite stamina, and I think definitely rushing the bracelets like that may work. The only thing I don't know is how much rush actually means in this. So, originally it was rush, like just get 1500 scrap and buy it, and then do the quests in reverse order. Because once you have all 4, you're where I am now, where you can spam stuff and you don't really get penalty for abusing the mechanics. You can travel across the map super quick. So getting to places like this, you don't need Billy anymore to access the heights. You can come across here. So long as you have Ragdoll and Balloon equipped, you're basically set. You can come across the entire... So long as you pull off the glide hop, which is the only bit that is unreliable, to be fair. Which is why I also have Balloon. But once you have a bracelet, like, you're not really bound by speed. Oh my lord, I'm dropping these glides. Oh, you can just spam it, kind of. Nope, it does drop a little bit. But... the next problem I have to cross, though, is let's say we do that. Let's say we rush band the bracelets, and we get all of them as quickly as possible. Now we can jump anywhere on the map as fast as we want, right? Let's say that we actually put that effort in to get access to glide hopping. Is that time save enough to justify it? Like, it's a massive time save compared to running and skating, don't get me wrong. Compared to skating even, which is the next fastest way to travel as far as I can tell, this is still a lot slower. Faster than ninja running, which is the next tier down, and then regular running. But I need to prove basically that that bracelet rush is worth it time save wise to justify it being used. The reason I don't think I'm going to be able to do that is because any percent clears all of the compulsory quests in 15 minutes. I don't really want to be spending more than half hour playing the game, so the less time spent traveling period, the better. You've got the quest here, you finish the tree quest in about 10 minutes total from start time. Coming up here just to buy the bracelet would add like an extra 30 seconds alone, I feel. Oh come on, especially if you're doing shit like that. I won't even take the blame, that was not even an execution problem. Crocodile just climbed off and jumped and fell off. When we finish this tutorial islands, we get 2 pots. So we don't get bubblegum, but we do get... So jumping after bubblegum is half a stamina bar. Doing it twice is a full stamina bar, and then you can't do it anymore. And because using this in the first place costs stamina, it'll just auto pop when you run out. But it's 2 jumps per bar. So when you have all 4, you have infinite, and that's basically the whole thing. That's my plan. So, nothing left, I suppose, but to just try it. But there's 2 ways we go about it. The first is we do bracelets as we play the game, which I think is what I'm going to be doing. And then the bracelets will more or less be there to abuse when we need cleanup duty, because there's undoubtedly going to be small bits and pieces missed here and there. I am certain there's going to be like a challenge I miss at some point, or a race I miss at some point, but I'll do my best. And this quest here, I have to not be picky with these timers too. Completion is completion. First time is the only time. That's my goal, not fast. Doing this 6 or 7 times to get a 5-second personal best? Not needed. We just need it once. And then you run, you get paid, and you leave. My next biggest thing that's going to get me killed in these runs is remembering where everyone is and where everything is. This forest area is going to be nightmarish for missing pieces, because there's some here. So that grass patch has some turnips, I think they are. Then you've got... there's like a bay area over here somewhere. Not a bay, but it's like a little tiny hidden area. Not next to this guy, although I do find... I always miss pots around this guy, and I don't know why. What I'm having trouble with even now is finding this little hidden secret area they're in. You've got 3 pots down there. There it is. This bit here. Tiny little hidden bit. Pretty sure that has a couple of bits of scrap in it. But even just now, like, I'm not finding these things. I don't know the location of every little piece in the game. So, at the moment, I'm probably going to be running base. I could, honestly, you know what might be more beneficial? is running base game as quickly as possible, getting credits, and then abusing the Jill and Avery unlocks in order to just chase down everything in order. Because I'm pretty sure the Jill and Avery unlocks always do closest. I don't think they betray you. Pretty sure you don't get betrayed by the Jill and Avery unlocks. Problem is jumping from one place to the next. I'm honestly really curious if it's you can't not break stuff though. You need money for things. You can beat the game and roll credits without buying from the junk shop though. So we might leave junk shop to a late game once we've broken things. I'm gonna try for bracelets, but not so rushed that we don't also do quests. Comfy? He's comfy. You've got things like the splash pad over there brings people down here. So I don't want to clear this area out until I'm down here because of the splash pad. But then that means I clear out the whole area. This guy's quest. You've got the elephant over there behind the rock. Got the dog I'm going to do on the way. The sheep. Then you've got just all the debris. And the rabbit up there. So, I think we're definitely going to be practicing for a while before we have anything to compete with. But we're going to do a couple of runs and just figure out how things go. Oh, you do the pose! You remembered my pose. How lovely. I feel like we're going to share a lot of techniques with any percent too. Like, running up here, talking with that guy at the same time as... We'll have Shuriken, right? But at the same time as that. That's him basically done, except you need to talk with him, I think. We'll see. We need to just run it. I've seen people post an hour. I'm probably not going to do an hour. The best I got last night was 3, but that wasn't really speed running. That was just collecting everything. So... It is time to get rid of just HIMBY. And replace it with just HIMBY. But... let's run. Not super worried about being the fastest straight away. I'm gonna be trying some weird tech with the brace, like the route. It's gonna be weird. But I think getting bracelets as you go is gonna be my best bet. And then I don't know if we'll do a second run tonight. See how I feel. But if we do a second run tonight, I would like to just rush bracelets. Like, get 1500 scrap, do bracelets. Maybe we do the first quest. Like, clear out the forest zone. Then immediately we skip over and grab the other 2 bracelets and then start with Cliff. So we would do forest into Theatre Kids, then down to the splash pad. And then of course, then you've got the whole idea of whether or not you just beat the game, roll credits, and then abuse Jill's finder thing, and Avery's scream at a friend. They're not super quick, and that seems like a massive crutch to be relying on, but it's not. Perhaps an early on, just making sure. It depends where you need to focus on rushing, because just beating the quest to get those things could be helpful, but not if it's sending you across map like 7 times. For the friends, you may end up doing that, which is where you're going to want all the bracelets for. Right, let's begin. I'm going to put a timestamp here in case, because I don't know if I'm submitting or not, but... Shite. You know what I forgot to do? Okay. Change button mapping. Replace with F. F is already in use, we'll add it. Done. Right, here we go. F, F, F. Fuck. W is weirdly easier to combo with other inputs. Here's where I don't think the auto splitter is not pausing for the loading screen because I don't have it on. Oh my lord, I have to tap F again through the past the loading screen. Shit. Alright. Same route? Fuck it, where am I going? Been like 3 days since I ran any percent just to see how I did, and I can't believe I'm already fucking up this bad. Touch the touch. Touch. Hot lid, shield lid. Right. There's the first bit. Nope. Nope. I can never get this normally. You're meant to do the same thing, but this is where I fuck up in the run, is that jump. That pot's gonna have to wait. We're not doing like the fastest or the speediest at the moment. Just trying shit out. So. And right, run's dead. Right, okay, never mind. That's gonna kill it. Can't be fooling off her shit like that at the start. Well. Screw up like that's gonna hurt. Take 2. This time we won't forget to hold down the prompt again. Or screw up the name. Apparently we will just screw up the name. There's like a holdout timer on typing that name prompt. Because it's the second time it's been asked HIMBY, except I said HIMBY before. Right, this way. Up the coast. Rock. Jump. Oh, this will be so much quicker with Ragdoll immediately. pot. It's a little faster now that we're not messing up on the main things, but this bit is still where I lose a couple of seconds. Nothing major, but oh, we nailed it. Am I really gonna just... I feel like I'm just gonna not get the pots. That sounds lame, doesn't it? Because I need them. Oh, for the love of all that is holy, let me up, please. Okay, okay. Plan B. That is so much more reliable for some reason. Right, that guy. Do we leave everything then and just get the glider? I want Ragdoll though, so getting him. I would like leaving that though. I'm slow for an any percent run, but we're just gonna keep at it. Then we get the hat, the glider. Right. Then you would come over here. Come on. Missed those two slimes, but it's stick time. Oh, come on. And that's it. That's super slow for the starting island, though. Come on. Ah, look, taking forever. Hey, crazy, welcome in. So that's the tutor. Once this phone is put down, starting island is over. But I'm like super slow for any percent here. There's the first bracelet, and we go. Next up, I want the rock. I'm probably going to leave the starting island completely. Where's that guy? He's over there. Get the rock. It's on Q for some reason. Right, this is first friend. And where's my E? It's a bit iced tea. So we got the bracelet. And I need to kind of clean things up on the way over. Like, I don't just want to be leaving stuff while I'm walking, which is why I'm getting the rock. So... I'm definitely not going to be getting an hour of time, I don't think. We'll see. Oh my lord, come on. Come on! Shitty, like, just hitting terrain and terrible crap like that should not be what is stopping me. Let me get this guy first, might as well. And you picked up all 3 quests. Wait, 8 dialogue. That's lord. Ugh. Sandwich. How much scrap do I have? Blacksmithing quest. don't know if I can afford the first bracelet yet, but I don't need to just yet. I didn't get the ragdoll. I left that over in the starting island. Shit. I'm not resetting for that, but that's a bummer. That's why the rock bound to Q, because I forgot to get ragdoll. Come on. At least you can still slide into them. You want chips? You want... Oop, oop, oop. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Lasagna. And you want apples. Easy. Next up, you probably got the pots and everything over here. Come on. Don't do dirty to me. That. My aim is going to be my downfall here. We got stuff here. I should be sliding into those. It's quicker. There's half a cheese sandwich. Let's go talk to Billy. There's Billy. Oh, there's another rock over here. Never noticed. Beach rock. There's the bug. I have 1,000, so I have enough left. I've got shurikens on E now. No, we got shurikens on Q, don't we? Come back here and complete this area later. So I need to catch the bug. Can I catch it? Like, if I actually speed up, can I get that? It's flying right beside me. I'm on mouse timing, don't let me down. I'm on mouse, stop being... Dialogue. I'm sloppy with those dialogue prompts though. Is that one done? Is the bug done? And there's the cheese platter. So I think instead of hello, oh, wrong prompt. We're on a roll here, aren't we? There's the bracelet, and there's the bird. Still don't have ragdoll. That's such a bummer. Alright, that's that done. So, next up is just the rest of Ninja Village. Did you give me the headbands? Oh, we also need to do that race, don't we? We can do that back then. We are definitely, with this shitty route like this, where there's no real pattern or rhyme to it, we are absolutely going to come back here. Come on. Oh, that tree. Not that tree? What the f- Lord. Alright, next. Just give me the quest. Okay, there. Out there, halfway up the tree. With a stump. There we go. I knew that one from the other day. Not that it really time saves you much. And then it's just a matter of cleaning up. We've got the pot, the event back there too. Accuracy and everything is not on par today. Just smash them. Just smash. One thing a second being smashed is way too slow. This is meant to be quick, and I'm just sort of dawdling around. Right. So next up was meant to be bubblegum. But since we're not technically skipping straight there, it's way less. Seemingly way. I was gonna smash that in front of me. Way less important. The route I plan to jump straight over to bubblegum. Because I'm cleaning up as we go. I may not need it as much. I am just nonsense today. Brain can't spit a sentence out to save my life. I do need the bubblegum though. That's the next step. Oh, there was a thing down there. Thank you, Grandpa. So we've got slimes down there, but we're not coming back here until we do the splash pad. This is what we're here for though. We're meant to come straight here, but I didn't... Oh, you don't need to talk. I didn't check how many jumps it takes to get from the tree to here. The trash cans don't count. Next up was the dog, but I wanted to run. Pick him up on the way because I don't want to come back and do this. There we go, we've got the pencil. And some. You know what, maybe the elephant on the way up would be okay. I don't think we need to talk to him though. I skipped that one on my first run, accidentally. My original thought was doing that on the way back after we get the splash pad, because there's the duck right there. Maybe we'll just run along the coast and pick up things on the cliff edge. This would be so much easier. Ragdoll. But I am not backtracking. Committing. We're just gonna do a shit time. Like, that's gonna be, gonna justify it. We're banking a shit time so that we know what time we don't want to be worse than. Sounds believable, right? And I'm hardly even moving that fast across the map. Wait, do the nunch? Wait, does the headband not come? I didn't equip the headband. Hang on. It's kind of important. So is this. Weirdly, we should collect this on the way back down from the splash pad though, but it's fine. We're a little all over the place at the moment. It's been 15 minutes. There you go. Splash pad time. You don't. You have to make it. Okay. After this, we immediately buy the second bracelet, though. Because it's right here. Uh-oh. Shite. Wait, even two bracelets can't climb up the tree? Oh, yes, they can. It didn't reset. Alright, we don't... Do we have bubblegum? Bubblegum is on E. That's what we need. I didn't get as high as I should have. We should have got an extra jump, but we may still make it onto that ledge. Nope. Nope. Not even close. Get off. Get off! Climb on something solid. There. I don't know how much space we have, but if we get the third bracelet, then we can just jump anywhere on the map. So... We have enough money? No, 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 no. Yes. There we go. Infinite stamina. Oh. God, there's one thing I don't like about... The headband makes you run fast, but you run fast immediately. There's no delay. So... you can run off of things pretty quickly, too. Alright. So the next thing we need is Ragdoll, and we can cross-map jump pretty quickly. They're gone! Ooh. Get Andromeda stuff out of the way. I feel like this is kind of just to do things as you run into them run. Oh, and I'm so used to that being the opposite. Is that it? Space Blaster. That replaces my E now, so I don't have bubblegum anymore. Fuck the Space Blaster. Right. Ooh, that's Andromeda done. Oh, come back. I don't have the bubblegum! Oh, for the love of all that is holy. Right. Where are the cowboys? Come here. Here, in person. We could go back over. It's the wrong option. I can't believe I switched on that. We could go back to the other island and pick up the ragdoll and try and clean up the other island completely. But it's only going to be worth it if we don't miss anything. Because if we miss something, we are wasting our time. Because then we'll have to go back there. But getting ragdoll is our transport, so maybe we do it. Alright. We should have done that a while ago, but hey. Come on. You take so long. Ooh. It's ragdoll in queue. And that's all about cross-map merge. Come on. There we go. Swing! Oh my lord, I thought that didn't break. I can get places quickly, but I can't stop myself from just not doing things properly. But getting places quickly, I suppose, is worth at least like a quarter of the run. Not backtracking is gotta be worth a good half of it. Is that it? For this area, I think. But that's gonna be the killer thing. If I actually do miss anything, coming back here is just gonna be the... absolutely is gonna suck. Hence why, if I did come back here for ragdoll, I wanted to make sure it was the last time we saw this island. There's a green one back here, isn't there? No? Got the races back here too, can't forget those. We've done the first one. This one we need to do. Then we have Skeleton Island. Isn't there a spear over here? There is. I missed that last time. Oh, almost forgot you were a thing. Tell the truth. Hey, Tone. Welcome in. Thank you for being a tithe to the Bird Empire. Trying so hard to remember. Did we get all of these guys? There's a pot there. Is that little island done? Yeah, I've missed a pot over here. Thought so. I always forget these two. What else? Pot over there. Pot over there. And the bad guy over there. And there. Alright, is that it? Oh lord. Definitely not posting fastest times here. This daytime would be nice. Head up. I think I'm happy enough to call that it. I'm not gonna go scrounging around looking. We are jumping over. I do wish you couldn't climb on the cardboard. It would be so much less annoying if you could just walk into them instead of clamber up them. Treasure chest down here, isn't there? Who knows? Hello, sir. You'll be replacing my balloon with a bowling bomb. Wait, why did you stop? Oh. Thank you. So long as you don't bounce off of the ground, ragdolling and things isn't that inconsistent. It's only when you're running along the ground that it kind of... There we go. I would love to stop grabbing onto trees though randomly too. It's a lot of just trying to climb up things that doesn't need to happen. At the very least now with this movement, I can be a bit more thorough. But at this rate, I don't think we're gonna get an hour. Maybe an hour 30. You may just end up being better off. You may be better off beating the game quickly and then just posting with Jill's phone. Because there's just a lot of stuff to collect. I am a bit more convinced that perhaps the travel combo is still worth it, but I pop them with this. I can. Oh. But for the time being, to get out. For the time being, I need a little bit of... It's not W to skip. I might set W to skip back. F to skip is throwing me for a loop. And I'm always holding W. I just need to remember to press F. I'm gonna stick with it. Wait, didn't I pull out my shurikens? When did I get rid of my shurikens? I swear I literally just had the shurikens. When did that reset? Oh! He gave me the balloon! The owl did. Of course. Come on. All of a sudden, I'm aiming terribly with Ragdoll. Of course. Hey, Joe. How are you doing? I think the real question here is how much is going to be left undone or not completed when we need to go hand in all of the other quests. Esme's down here. Come on. Hello, sir. HIMBY! Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Ice cream. Absolutely have found a new favorite. Alright, hang on. Forget, you just leave. Sunscreen. Vampires can just wear sunscreen. That's Andromeda, Avery, not Avery, treasure chest up here? No. That's down there. This came out on December 14th, so it was too late to vote for the 2022 Game of the Year on Steam. Hands down, like, this is already my 2023 pick for Game of the Year. Like, already. I forget you don't have to talk to everyone all the time. You just do stuff. There we go. And this will just... Wait, have I done everything? Oh, dear. Beautiful. That's the second quest done. You know what? We're gonna skip Bracelet Rush. I don't remember what my button is for skipping, so we're just gonna log it. Quest 1. Quest 2, right there. Bracelet Rush, I don't think should be a category. That's a bit silly. Next up, I mean, I do still have to get stuff in the area. There's no treasure chest up there. Treasure chest down there. I will never get over the fact that when I first had this game gifted to me for Christmas, I actually thought it was a prank. I thought they were just buying me a kid's game, basically. But I am so glad. Why am I doing that? I'm jumping up the old-fashioned way. We've got that there, which is how we'll get back to the other kids, I think. Wait, what? I don't know why I'm suddenly overshooting. After days of messing around with these movement mechanics, now I'm overshooting. Right, is that it up here? And more? There's more. Shut. Got rid of balloons too. It is so much slower moving around without. Wait, do these... Okay, so when it comes to counting all of the scrap, does stuff like this, the pots, for this quest count? Hello? I don't need to talk to you. Because I can just come down here and grab your thing. Come on, pick it up. Games have got a lot to do to beat this for my 2023 Game of the Year. It's kind of jank actually, the big ones still. Couple down here. We still get him as a friend, I think, if we don't repair. There you go. Yeah, we still get him as a friend. We missed anything down here, though? I think we're good. Going back to balloon. Get up and off, please. Have I done this one? Yes.
Hello there.
Oh my lord, hello there. Welcome in to Crazy Willy. How are you doing? Oh, there's a challenge over here I gotta get before we leave. And a hidden little goblin. What are you up to today? There's the challenge. Also, oh, you think you might have to glide across? No, complete red herring. Get all your bands. Oh, glider, like shirt glider? No, you just glide at Mach 10.
Back again.
You just did
and
that. You
For a
don't.
grand
Oh, I went through
reopening,
the
I
terrain.
see.
Oh lord. You do that. That's how you get there. It's less than a few seconds. That's like a 40-second challenge when you do the shirt glider method. But if you just fly there at Mach 10, you're fine. Spaniard, welcome in. I apologize, I'm... sort of kind of running. It's not like... Oh my lord. This is not going to be like top of the leaderboard run, but I am just sort of pacing myself to find out how I go. I also missed the pot back there. And thank you for the subscription, Azard. 11 months in a row, wow. Have I been affiliate for that long? Oh my lord, come on. Got another challenge there, but that takes us back down to the tree. And then the pots. There's a pot over there. Do you think we can hit that with the shurikens? So wish I didn't lose my mouse. A software cursor... There we go, nice. Software cursor would go a long way in this game. Just because I lose my cursor so many times. Well, there's another alcove of slimes down here. Maybe we should have come back. Or turnips. You've joined on a very peculiar night. I don't normally stream twice in the same day, but I was gonna be running this anyway because the leaderboard's opened. I figured why not just stream again. Mostly because I just had a wonky stream earlier. I don't like ending the wonky streams. Have we done this? We've done this, right? Yes. Forgive me if this doesn't look like the normal way you play through the game. It's not really the normal way you play through the game. Throwing yourself at Mach 10 around the map with balloons and ragdoll physics is not technically intended. It's in the game. It's intended in that sense. But there's a story to this. You're meant to like talk to people and have dialogue and... How did I miss that? Honestly, a really good story too. If I do say so myself. Considering I was just shilling it for Game of the Year 2023. Get out of the tree. Do I have anything else left here? Oh yes. Glad I actually came back. And there's probably a pot up on that mountain too. No pot? Interesting. I'm gonna go back around and pick up the Pomeranian. I think we've got the cat. We talked to Billy. Oh lord. Hang on. Mouse. I always lose my mouse. That's like the one thing that causes me time loss in the menus. How did I miss that? everything under here. I haven't done that cliffside thing yet then. If you aren't familiar with Little Gator Game though, you are basically like a 5 or 6-year-old gator trying to reminisce about the good old days when your sister DM'd for you. Playing basically IRL Legend of Zelda. Complete fun sandbox playground game. Give you toys, movement mechanics, not unlike Breath of the Wild where you're just given the tools to go mess about and told to go do it. They've designed it feels like they designed the mechanics first and the game second. Because the mechanics are just so smooth. Take on. There. There's a pot here. What I saw one. Gherkin. Missed the balloon again. I don't even have a cursor that time. And that guy missed, apparently. Ooh. The Pomeranian is meant to be somewhere up that hill, I think. We got the splash pad left, and I'm actually running out of time here. As far as I know, 1 hour and 1 minute is the best I've seen for any, not any percent, 100% run. But I have no idea what route that used, and I'm kind of just bumbling about clearing everything as I run into it, which is not very efficient. But just, you know. For a first run, we'll see how it goes. Even something like 1 hour 20 would still be okay for me. Haven't done that, have we? You know what? We'll do that one. Get off the tree. We didn't speak to Jill either. Oh shoot, we actually haven't done quest 2. I completely forgot to turn in the quest here at the tree. How's that? For shoddy. Alright, cool. Well, that's done now. A bit late, but I wish you did not automatically climb up things. If there's one change to the game, it should be climbing being a separate button. Alright, this is where I wanted to go. We have balloon? We have balloon. That's the only other thing that I really wish I could just get, but it's a thing you have to kind of live with the game. You get 2 abilities. I want 3. I want to be greedy. I want to have balloon and travel, and like this combo here, balloon high, followed by jumping across the map. It's like the best movement you can get in the game. So long as it doesn't break. Hang on, splash pads this way. So we're gonna do Jada first, and we're gonna go down to the beach. But we're already at 50 minutes here. Hello. Across. Hello. Hang on. way I will do that all of these little monsters here in a single go without having to backtrack. There you go. Wait. You have to talk to them first? No way. Really? That's one of the few people you have to talk to first? Skeletons down here. Oh, they're in the trees again. It's so annoying. Alright, you can balloon through them. Oh. It's definitely slower than just throwing a shuriken, but... honestly, if it's a choice between just doing that and changing menu every few seconds, I'm picking that. What's gonna kill me though is going back and backtracking. I get an uncanny feeling that you may benefit from just running the story as quickly as possible like it's any %, and then just abusing the Jill and Avery stuff. Because if you leave everything until you have the Jill and Avery stuff, it'll be in a straight line. Like, it'll all just be next to each other. It'll point you to the next closest thing. It should always be kind of in the same direction, I suppose. You just have to make sure you clear an area out entirely. Which I'm like half trying to do now, but... not very effectively, I don't think, is my problem. Already at 54 minutes. He's the one scared of heights. Gotta go say hello to him. Is there anything over here? Oh. There's 57 friends in town before you spend them, right? Next up is the duck. I'm doing a reverse order now. Duck. Hello, duck. How sad is it that that dialogue is the one I've actually remembered how to do perfectly? We don't have the skateboard yet. We need the skateboard, don't we? Or did we do the skateboard? No, the marker's not there. Hello! Hang on. Shuriken. Oh, come on. Every time I can't find that through the trees. Right. Hello! Oh, don't know if items are counting towards 100%, but missing Martin there... Because technically the in-game counter for 100% is just... Oh, come on. The in-game counter is friends and bits. So if you collect all of the scrap on the island and get all your friends, then you're set. But for things like weapons, I don't... Like, for the run, right? Wouldn't you also need all weapons, all abilities, all shields, all hats? I would say yes, but I don't know, because it could just be 100% friends and bits. Like, as far as the in-game counters go, that might be where it ends. I really don't want to go over there. I'm probably gonna have to. What do we have on our E? Ninja shurikens, right? We do. Am I still wielding the wooden sword? I'm so used to having the balloons. What? Oh. The shurikens come in handy. They're not useless, but I don't like opening the menu to navigate because I always lose my mouse. I don't know if it starts and centers screen or something, but because I just can't keep track of it. We cleared this bit out? Oh. So, what do we have next? That's what I mean! Where's my mouse? I lose it so easily in this game. What do we have next? That's all three, right? Oh, the sheep. Hang on, bull first. I remember. Apparently I'm just not good at landing. It's been an hour. I also don't... I'm pressing the buttons too quickly, clearly. Either I'm getting the prompts confused, or I'm just not able to switch infinitely quickly to ragdoll. But there's been a couple of times where I just haven't ragdolled out of the... I wonder if it's because I'm jumping at the same time and it's cancelling. Because I don't technically need a jump. And do we have enough? I need litter. One pieces of litter. Okay, I don't think we need all of the litter for the 100%. We just need 10. Come on. There's no way to haul it out on the shield is causing me those problems. So, we're coming to the end of our run. Within 30 seconds, we will have no longer got a shot at first place, but I don't think we're aiming for that anyway. Hello! Give me that. Come on, that. Give me that. Give me that. And that. And that. There he is. I think that's it for here. Oh lord, we've got that equipped. I don't think Sticky Hand is going to be very useful for anyone. Oh. the whole place behind Billy? I think we have this one, right? Yes. This is why we need Jill's stuff. Because with Jill's stuff, we could just know. Alright. An hour 20 is gonna be my goal though. After that, I think I want to rush through all of these quests first. And then get town. And then I want to go hunting. So that's the whole thing done. Let's go back. Let's not miss this pot, shall we? Hey, Tom. I think having the dialogue skip on W kind of works pretty well too. F to activate dialogue and W being a completely separate button that you press normally anyway. It's easy to combine the two rather than have to remember you have to hold F to get... Oh good lord, I still have this whole final chapter to go, don't I? Not even close. But I'm not like super fast either, map-wise. Like, my navigation needs a lot of improvement. Oh, you're down here, Avery. We're actually pretty close to finding all of our friends, if we haven't already. I think we're 4 or 5 away. Alright, it's ready. The quickest heartfelt discussion you've ever seen. Alright, come on. I so wish I could change my stuff during that dialogue because it's so slow. We need... I don't know if I need to make all of this, but... just be thorough, I suppose. I also don't know why I'm skating when I could just... As far as I know, you can still... It doesn't seem super quick in here, but... Oh yeah, that's way quicker there. And then downhill's a bit quicker too. Is it just me, or is this different model harder to do the jump on? Yeah, this baby gator seems super hard. To glide tech on. You can still fall, but jumping through the ragdoll is way difficult. Don't know why. Alright, there we go. Ending 1. Now we're just gonna wait for credits. We're okay. All things considered, we're not that far behind. The best time, like the best time is an hour 1. But I feel like 100% with this game is gonna be such a shit show because it's a collectathon. You either have to remember everything perfectly, or I think my strategy is going to be rushing the story in like 15-20 minutes to get access to the locators so that you can then just run place to place to place. And if you do all 3 quests as quickly as possible, basically running any percent just to get access to the locators so that you can then get 100%. You can beat the game in 15 minutes. That's the current world record. My knowledge. So, if you can get the locators within 15 minutes, all you have to do past that point then is just run around the map a second time, hopefully not leaving anything behind. And you should already have all of the bracelets by the time you get to this credit scene. There's 2 pots right there on screen. Some skeletons. What a sloppy job. And there's no way to dialogue skip this, and I can't exit out. We just have to wait through credits. But now we get access to the locators, so any bits I have missed, we're hopefully just going to be able to jump straight over there, collect them, and then move to the next location. But I feel like this is why leaving stuff until you have the locators might be beneficial, because we're going to be jumping location. If I've left one thing up on the mountain, we're going to get a locator that goes to the mountain for that one thing, and that's going to suck. I think you're better off not doing stuff until you have the locators. There we go. Talk to Martin. Baby mode. I don't want baby mode though. If I can't glide with it, I don't want it. And now the menu switching is gonna kill me because I need... Oh. Hello? Over there? And up there. Now we need to... just engage in a lot of menu navigation. So these are the 2 pots we didn't see. Means that over here there's a bunch of skeletons. This bit here. Was it this bit here? Hang on. Where did the camera zoom out to? There's my mouse. Keep losing my mouse. Okay. There. This isn't so bad. See, stuff like this, just running short location, the things next to each other, is why I think leaving stuff might be beneficial, because then you can just keep doing things super close together, like this. And you're guaranteed not to miss anything with the locator. Got one over here. Bodies up here. There's not one hanging in the trees, is it? Can I just get a jump, please? Down there. Ooh, that's the race. And what's going to suck is that there may be people around here too, and I don't want to double backtrack. But it looks like most of the people are done. Can you please? That's that. Pomeranian! I never got him this whole time. Alright, Pomeranian. I could stop losing my mouse. Your whole area is untouched. Wow. Hello, Pomeranian. Hi, 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 hello. Do a flip. Alright, how's that? Thank you. Twig in the town. What do we have? Nothing yet, we're just cleaning up. That's right, the Pomeranian's up here. Oh, that should have hit. Come on. If I climb up here, I can get the Pomeranian super early on. I don't know I want to change the route for any percent though, because I kind of like it. And this is a little too far out of the way to get before you... And no, you do have the bracelet by the time you get here, don't you? So maybe it's not so bad to do this climb first, and then you go get the tutorial tourist guide. We haven't got the guy that's... Oh no, we haven't got the guy that's allergic to ceramic pots yet, either. So we know we need him. Before I get too carried away then. Oh wait, did we? Yeah, we did. Down there. And... that way. That must be Madeline down there. So, let's make sure we're not missing anything. It's a little ways away. It's still Madeline. I don't like I can't tab open the menu immediately. I don't know what looks at the menu. It must be the dialogue that shows up on screen. Hello! I have no idea what I'm doing. Thank you, Madeline. That's all the friends! Alright. Oh. So then, trash finder. Apparently it's up there. Oh, hello. Ay, okay. I can't do both climbing, movement tech, and texting at the same time. Where? Oh. I missed this bone. Come on. It is so weird to know how much quicker I am, and yet how much slower I seem to be navigating at times. Now, the trash doesn't count, does it? Come on, can't do it that low to the ground. It's meant to be the moment you can see the trail appear up behind you, but that does not seem to work out with what the game is saying. a skeleton, so these weren't even the pots I thought they were, that I smashed earlier. So... we're getting close to it, right? Underneath the rabbit, of course. Did I not do that bit? Or any of it? There's a pot over there too. It's stuff like that that I don't know about the pots back here. I don't remember the location of everything. Which is why I think speedrunning the quests, completing the game, and then... just geolocating everything is gonna be the way to go. Come on. Just being shitty at the moment. Alright, next. Don't let me down. Never punished. How was that? Where is it? Absolutely never punished. We're closing in on the 20-minute mark though, and we got another cutscene to get through yet. Oh, it's up there. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be lazy here and just ragdoll into it. Well, I was just over there. Can you not send me back and forth, GPS, please? Where? Where is it? Okay. I should just glided there. What? Bounced off that like a trampoline. Oh, we're back on the starting island, and I did miss a pot. And a couple of other things too, apparently. At least I wasn't so out of the way, doing this like that. Slimes. There's something around the back. Oh, there's that treasure chest there, isn't there? More around here. That probably should have been. Oh, there's just one guy I missed. So sad. I need bubblegum for. Ay, okay. Come on. Made everything. We have every weapon. We have every one of those. Where is it? Oh, wow. Hey, Shay! Is this it? No. Come on. Of course it's straight down. I'm getting a text! Hey, Jill. Thank you. Cool. Well, sis, it's time to go home. So we're not super quick, but we are still quick. Quick-ish. I think I want to just try basically any percent into getting that text message thing with the bracelets. But that's it. Final dialogue is final input. Speedrun.com moderator said that you hit the timer. That's all friends, all scrap. I didn't even do those, did I? What a terrible thing. And thanks for playing is meant to be the prompt. So that was like a kind of do everything as it comes your way run. Not super quick. I really do think you would be better off speedrunning the main questline, getting the upgrades to geolocation. You would probably end up doing 3 laps of the island, because you would do the regular any percent route, you would do forest, splash pad, mountain, but you would pick up all the... Pardon me. You would also pick up all of the bracelets as you're doing that. Once you've done the main quest and once you've upgraded the village, it should be fine, because the any percent run incorporates the 35 needed to do the... Is it 35 or 25 needed to do the town? Once you've upgraded the town, you get access to the locators, and then I think you're just going to basically spam the bracelet movement stuff to get cross-map and do all the areas more thoroughly with the geolocators in hand so that you don't actually miss anything. And with a lot less movement between areas, you probably don't need to actually do the bracelet glitch very much. I think what I would do for my route will probably end up being small island, forest, splash pad, theater group, town. Then I'm gonna go immediately straight back to small island and start from there. Because that'll probably take me back up to the Pomeranian, which would be, I think that'll be a fine route, and then you go through the mountain most likely. The mountain is going to be interesting because I think you're either going to need to just have shurikens to throw down and up, or you are going to rely on your balloons a lot for height. I might do another run. Let's see what we do on the second time. But I don't think Braceless Rush is going to be a part of it. I'm going to be honest. Bracelet Rush seems to be not super needed. And okay. I don't know if I can edit segments. Okay, I kind of can, because I put 1 second into quest 2 and 25 minutes into quest 3. It's gonna like 10 minutes. I'll take 10 minutes off of quest 3. That's complete fudge, but we're not submitting this run, so I'm doing what I want. We had 1.05, so we're gonna go 1 second, 0.05. And then for quest 3, I'm gonna cut that back by 10 minutes, because I need something more reliable for my next run. Then, oh yeah, all friends, all scrap. I did that in like a combined 2-second period. So 10% I sat on for too long. I'm probably gonna put that down to 10 minutes, and then we're gonna go 5 minutes. 4 seconds. This is probably not legit at all to edit this, but... And then for some reason I've got later to set at 3 seconds. Oh yeah, because I just skimmed through them all, didn't I, at the very end there? We did the starting island in 4 minutes too. I definitely need to get faster at starting island. I'm gonna take the 3 minutes from quest 1 and put it later gate. I don't know how this is gonna compare. I have no idea, but that's my new real-time best segments that I'm using to compare to. Because boy, howdy, was that split. I shit the bed with splits, let's be real. Right. So, not done yet. We've done the run, so that's the run beat. But I'm gonna try again. So that was an hour, almost an hour and a half. I'm gonna just run basically any percent. I'm gonna do the same route. I'm gonna get my 35 friends, and it's just the bare minimum scrap needed. It's gonna be shurikens, and then 1500 for the bracelets is what I need. And we're not gonna worry about the junk shop till after. So, let's go again. Hang on, let me mark the... That first one I can't submit because I completely fudged the time for best segment since... I don't even know. It's got best segment time, but segment time and split time aren't being recorded for some reason yet. Just best segment. Don't know why. But we'll run again. Oh, hang on. Let me back to title, settings, change button mapping. I want to go from skip dialogue to W. That felt so much more natural for some reason yesterday. I even skipped through dialogue accidentally. Which is what we want to do, accidentally. So, 3, 2, 1. Our best is 1 hour 23. W was so natural because you run up to people and hold W. That's just how it goes. Let's see. We lose a little bit of time here. Purely to not having auto splitter for the loading screen, but I don't mind. If I lose like 3 seconds to that loading screen is the least of my worries in my runs, let's be real. I've got a lot of refining to do before I need to worry about that loading screen killing my runs. Right. And that's easy. Let's go this way. So, we're basically kind of doing any percent at the moment. I want to beat the game as quickly as possible and roll credits as soon as I can. So that I can get access to that locator thing we were using before. And then I'm going to come back here and use it. See how quickly I can get up here. Apparently, like shit today. perfectly fine the other day. There we go. That was nice. I'm leaving that one. But we are going over here for the chest because this jump is easier for me from this ledge for some reason. Skip. Look, with the shield, I'm not going to worry too much about grabbing pots and stuff. This time we need to also remember that we got the ragdoll guest over there. Alright, Avery. Easy. Make a hat. Cool. And the glider. Now the guy is right over there, so this time we just need to not walk past him. Because he's right here. This is where I forgot to turn in the quest. And even though this takes forever, it'll save us so much time getting this earlier. This will make it a 4-minute starting island run though. For sure. But that gives us Ragdoll, which is a bit more of a... Hang on. Okay, A. Get up. B. I don't have Ragdoll equipped. I actually have to craft it and it costs 600. Oh no. We don't have it immediately. Okay. Oh, that was a learning curve in a bit. I don't know if I'll get it. So that's all 3. That's the island done. We're worse up here. I don't remember how much time I cut out. But we did get the ragdoll this time, and he takes like so long to fall down that hill. It's painful. So I'm probably gonna change this to best run, not best segment. Because that's now starting island done, and I want to run against my best Toto time, not my best sector time. Directions, sure. We need the rock. You know what, actually? I need the ragdoll first. And I'm still too poor for it. It's fine, we're gonna be switching other things. While we're here though, let's clean up a little bit. We can still do bits and pieces, right? Oh, without ragdoll, that's difficult. Do we? Do we? No. No, we don't. I've changed my mind. We're not cleaning up. That's what we did last time. We are skipping straight to the destination. Apparently, I dropped my shield. For no reason. Right. Hop. I'm gonna take the time here. To make sure those are gone. I don't want to be... Like, it's kind of any percent run, but it's also not any percent run. It's the same route, the same pathing, or similar pathing. Should I get the bracelet now? No, if I've got enough of the bracelet, I should be getting the ragdoll. Hey, Glint, welcome in. And yes, I am speedrunning it now. I Admittedly, that was actually always the plan, even before I streamed it the other night. Oh, what? Did I hit something behind that? When I first started playing this, I very quickly found out about the movement mechanics in the game. And immediately just wanted to speedrun it. My mistake was thinking this would just be a nice, chill game to speedrun. No. I mean, it's nice and chill. It's not the game's fault. It's the fact that the any percent is currently 15 minutes. Right. Not leaving you behind this time. I'm running 100% at the moment because I feel like I've got more of a shoe in there, and I feel like there's a bit more flexibility when it comes to routing and strategy. Honestly, it sounds weird to say, but any percent seems like a soul of science. Good lord, alliteration. Alright, hang on. Go down! Momentum, please! Alright, Billy doesn't pay you anything, sadly. But we have enough for ragdoll now. Oh my lord, please. Menu navigation honestly is going to cost me something like 10 minutes total by the time I'm done this one. Just because I keep losing my mouse, I keep misclicking in the menu, I keep trying to do things too quickly and there's like input lockout in some places. Some of it intentionally, some of it not. Do you think I have enough time? Oops, I meant to press something else here. Come on. Do you think I have enough time to do both of the Ninja Village things before the bugs resets? Or should I just do the Ninja Village stuff first? Alright. There he is. I resent this. Hit him. For the love of... Alright, cool. You got another one for me? Alright, I know this one. He's about there. How's my aim? Alright, but that's the bug. Because we fade to black, I think the bug is hard reset, right? There it is. But that's not such a bad trick, right? And then we do the bug. What I need to then do, though... where's the noise coming from? I need to make the headband. So that I can run faster with it. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. Bug. I'll be right back. I've almost got enough. I really kind of wanted to know if we could skip that by hitting it ourselves. Alright. But this isn't bad time for the first quest, even with all of the extra late, like, non-min-maxy stuff we've done. We picked up all of Ninja Village. We've got the headbands. Come on. Right. I think I'm gonna do that as my route. And then I'm gonna go down and talk to Antone. Alright, Jill, bad news. I forgot to turn this in last time, would you believe it? I just walked off. I was like, I helped everyone, good. Forgot to tell Jill. So there is our new time for quest 1. Oh, that's that done. What I need now is the ninja shuriken. I don't know. Look, crafting everything is not going to benefit us. I don't have enough. Okay, third. I don't have enough to go buy the bracelets. That's the only other thing. I need 500 for the bracelet, and I don't have enough currently. I don't even have enough for ragdoll. What am I running at the moment? Or do I? I'm running ragdoll and shuriken. That's fine. But with 200 scrap, I'm now just kind of left running to the next area. Come on. Should we do the princess thing next? I mean, that's what any percent does. Gotcha. Is that done? Next up is Bubblegum Man's house. I forgot you actually need stamina! Stamina existing is such a terrible thing. Why would you fall off? Where's my bubblegum? Oh, it sucks so bad. So, this guy, I haven't talked to the splash pad kids yet. Where does the route go after this? Obviously up to the splash pad, right? Oh, for the love of it's holy. My actual movement has been atrocious today. I've been knocking into things, clambering over things, randomly climbing up trees, not landing where I'm meant to land. I have been tanking so bad in just my regular pathing. Not that I really refined it much before today, but it's just been terrible. Okay, so after this... Oh my good lord, like shit like that! There's no reason I should cancel out of my slide that quickly. You. Then you. Then you. I forgot. You need stamina! I only have one armband. I can do it twice and that's it. Alright, that's that lot. Pencil boy, you're next. Pencil, for the love of... Drops it right next to him and I managed to get the prompt for the wrong thing 4 times in a row. Oh, what's that one? We have to go see... I've actually forgotten his name now. Lucas, that's your name. See, I'm going back to being more thorough though. In a way, being thorough is still fine. But, oh my lord, I keep using my mouse. Why is that the thing that's actually gonna cause me problems? Being thorough is fine. Oh my lord. What? Oh, hello. That's him done. Next up. Like, collecting stuff on the way is still good. I feel like it's to get off. Good etiquette. Alright, this guy we don't need to talk to. Easy. And then after the elephant guy, we've got the duck. See, this is the thing. I know we're taking longer intentionally. Oh my lord. W has its problems for the tech skip. I know we're taking longer intentionally because we're not doing any percent, we're doing all of it, and I'm collecting some more stuff than I need to for any percent. But this is what I mean. We're like, I don't think I'm ever gonna compete for any percent because we're already past the any percent best time by 2 minutes. Three minutes. We're at quest 2 and we haven't even done the theater kids at the moment. How committed am I to collecting all of this? Did I do this last time too? Also! Come on. It's like my impatience is getting in the way of me actually just doing things instead of taking my... not taking my time, but instead of just doing them oh, for the love... See that? Bouncing off of it backwards. Why? Why do I run into it before using the board? Alright, and then we have to go back. Also, I finally figured out why it's Samantha with 2 S's, because they're a possum. It is a pun. It took me so long to figure out. I'm just not doing things normally. If I slow down my inputs and stop trying to do everything a million miles an hour, I'd probably be screwing up less of the movement tech. Oh. That's quest 2. Hi, Magnolia. Splash pad is up here. And we're good. What I now need to do is go get another bracelet. We're meant to have 3, and I'm meant to jump 6 times to get over to the ledge I need to grab. So we don't even have enough stamina to get where I need to go. Get off the tree, please. Grab that too. I don't even know I can do this with a single bar of stamina. Thankfully, I can do that. Hello, sir. Yes. Thank you. Now build bubblegum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does not get us where we need to go, but at least gets us, hopefully, that tree glade. I'm even skeptical we're gonna make the tree glade. No, we make the tree glade. Here we go. That's where we need to be. Might as well clear this up while we're here. Oh. Hey, Avery. Cool. What I would like to do is immediately go get the next bracelet. And then the only bracelet we're missing is the tree. Oh my lord. Why is that so hard to move when you don't have stamina? It's 2 bracelets. Ceramic pot guy will be happy. If I could hit anything for the love of all I lose so much time just to being bad. Straight up, it's a miracle I posted something shorter than 1:30. So, do you need infinite stamina? I know the devs have said that the balloons and the bubblegum improve the more stamina you have, but do you need infinite stamina in order to gain access to movement with them? Alright. We need... That's all. Ooh. Hello. Shite. It's gonna give me the blaster anyway. Next up is probably Esme. I'm going back to like half collecting things as I run around. That's not the idea. I'm meant to just be doing quests and then getting the locators. And there's like a couple of locations where I feel like I could be forgiven. Being a bit more thorough, I think. Locations I don't want to go back to for quests and the sort. Hello. Oh. Magic spell. There we go. Next up. Did we grab this guy's board? No, we're not grabbing the board yet. Are gonna do this though, apparently. Oh my lord. Do we still have shuriken? Oh, hang on. There you go. Dun, bum. I got the balloon. I was so ready for the dart to come out. Swing! Oh my lord, I think I know why the hitbox with the nunchucks feels so dodgy, but also better. It has to be a bigger hitbox, but I think it's just a bit random what it's actually hitting. spinning around on the spot while swinging it seems to make it swing behind you instead in a weird way. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is like purely physics based or collision detection based. Oh my good, can you stop? It's the second time the bowling bomb has done that. Oh. No more balloon for me. Sad, because I need to get up. And it's sad because I spammed that like I had infinite stamina. Oh, you're kidding me? I was gonna say there's no way. Right. Oh, that actually counted? Wasn't meant to have counted. Well, technically, I don't have to worry about smashing his pots up because I get him as a friend either way. Doing the quest the proper way isn't super necessary. I also waste so much time just collecting stuff. I should just be getting the locator. Oh, that's the last. We've got this guy over here I don't want to miss. Are we gonna do the... No. It's so bizarre. We have balloons, right? Yes. We could get the Pomeranian here on the way back, actually. Right. That was a bit of a delay to quest 3. Now we can go back and... I don't know, I haven't been paying attention to how many friends we've got. We need 35 in order to do town. Cool. Awesome. We have enough. And then after that I need to go to the... Come on. Come on. Never mind. We're not gliding back the whole way, apparently. Great. The first town. Next up, we have Tom's map. We have Jill's map. They all have different blueprint icons. Look at that. And then Avery's map, which is just a house with happy people. And what is a house with happy people if not a restaurant? Great. So we can do town. That'll give us the locators. And then we need to go back And get the jungle, the forest, bandage, bracelet. Why am I calling bracelets bandages? Right. Come on. Shoddy inputs. It's literally the end of my run at shoddy inputs. It's ready. There's town. 32 minutes, 21 seconds. Okay. What do we have on E? We have that. Where's the first barrier? There it is. Oh. I gotta remember, Baby Gator can't glide that well. That's actually like kind of an annoying problem for this bit. Get off. Come on. Okay, and then we go down. It is so annoying that he can't glide properly. Come on. Just... Oh! Rich! Right. That's the game. 34 minutes. That's admittedly, you know what's crazy? That actually beats my any percent run I did the other day. No. How was me bumbling around? I beat it by like, okay, hold on. Hold on, we have 30 seconds. Do you think we can do this in 30 seconds? Because the moment credits roll, I think I was 35:04. Do you think we actually beat my first attempt at any percent with a shitty run like this through the story? Like, I spent so long distracted at the splash pad. I don't think we do it. I don't think we do it. We're like 4 seconds too short. That's the time. That was my last 90% run. 35:04. Yeah, we're a whole 15 seconds too short because there's more dialogue here. And cut. Well, that's for the any percent. So even with a shitty any percent, I think I can get 20 minutes on any percent, considering how much time I wasted here. We were a couple of friends over. I think I like the route where you pick up the Pomeranian after you get the... after you get Velma. I think Pomeranian makes sense to me on your way back. I want to get the ceramic guy in as well, but we only need 35, so I just need to count 35 people and then route my way around. I would love an interactive map in this game. But now is the part where we need to burn a lot of time. So I feel like to do the 100% route this way, you would need to be competing with any percent times anyway. But there's the Ask Jill locator and then the Ask Avery. Another thing I would love to figure out is whether or not it's better to do one at a time or both. We just need... I don't have the shuriken on anymore. Oh, that's right, because I finished the vampire quest. Great. So the junk finder, I think we're gonna do people first. Did we not get rock? Are you kidding me? We didn't turn in the rock quest? That is so sad. The problem is, I want to collect stuff as I go, so maybe the scrap finder is better. We're gonna have to run with it. Because stuff like that, right? I need to go back over to the forest, and I need to get the other bracelet too, so I can have infinite stamina. Come on. The nunchucks really do kind of seem like they're physics-based. Like all of this stuff, though. I don't feel like the geolocator is gonna make this any easier. I think it's just gonna make it harder to miss stuff. We're just still in the same position of just clearing everything. Right, but... At least it is still closest, right? So... You're never actually gonna miss anything, but you're not pathing from place to place anymore. It's a total chaos. Not like what I was doing last run was any better, but... Come on, please. Just give me an easy time, thank you. I don't think I'm gonna spend crafting mats on making all of the shields, swords, and things. I just think having a full menu is going to be enough for me. Missing more over here. If we've collected everything crafted or not, I'm probably gonna count it. If that ends up not being legitimate, then I'll just end up with an obsolete run, I suppose. Oh. Oh, fuck it. Failing climbing like 4 times isn't... Honestly... Okay, come on. That hit him right in the face. Switching back, though, too. So painful. Oh, we still need to go see the garbage man as well. We haven't done the cliff stuff either. I know the cliff guy isn't part of any percent. Oh, come on. This is just shitty pathing. Can't even jump on a branch. This is why I do racing games, because shitty pathing is just a crash and then you reboot. There we go. That's the race. No, because that'll take me super far away. Oh, whatever. My pathing is so shit, please. Okay, we're back here. Jill, I know there's stuff right here, but I'll simply press the button. idea with this run was that we would have to move around the map less anyway. Because we're just going from place to place once we finish the quest. I don't know it's turning out that way though. I mean, it entirely depends on if we get sent away from one of the other locations that has stuff. There you go, Penelope is done. I do not like that you bounce off if you pull the chute out in collision with it though. Can't lie, it's annoying quirk. Up there. Oh yeah, my original route was coming back to Starting Island, wasn't it? I am gonna switch off these nunchucks because I keep swinging them behind me. It's entirely my fault, but I just need something that plays more simply because I am playing like stupid right now. There's a pot up there. You know, a piece of cardboard I missed. Any of the races over here? I know there's the first race you get. I always do that on the way over. I also don't know what the yellow color means in the timer, I'll be completely honest. Oh, you bitch of a... Is there a thing up here? There is. Complete fail at gliding there. Did I get that? I did. My curse is cancelling things that fraction of a second too early. And just being left with standing upright next to a piece of cardboard. We're not going over there. More stuff to do here. What up here? There's a pot up there. And a pot up there. Gliding when it works is so useful that when it doesn't, you just go down. You just ragdoll to the ground. Wait, where's the pot? There it is. Next time I open the menu to switch anything, I'm changing weapons with it. I just got that, Jill. I want something that just gets in front of me, where I'm facing, and not have the physics attached to it. I don't even know if that's what's causing it. Like, straight up, I don't, but I'm, like, running into things and swinging and missing them. To be fair, I've never run around like a madman with a shuriken before. Shuriken, nunchucks. Like that, though. I don't care. We're switching. Oh. What? Back there? There's gotta be like a whole technique. Oh, we could have just got the wooden sword there. There's gotta be like a whole technique to pulling out the slide at the right time to collide with stuff, because I am pulling for no reason, just do basic things in this game. There's the chest, which somehow wasn't picked up when we were over here before. I'm sorry? I can't talk with you, apparently. But you're just here. Creepy. I never knew he returned back to this island. Look, this is the thing. I'm closer to these, but if anything else is on the other side of this island, I won't know until after. And that's the only downside of this method. It's always closest, even if there's something in your area. Like that. But then you are forced to be a bit more thorough, I suppose. And just make sure you have everything before you leave. You still have to take, like, you can't use it as a lazy method. That's for sure. Definitely cannot use it as a lazy method. Look at the Pomeranian. I think we have the Pomeranian. Right. Oh, he's right up here too. If it weren't for the fact that Velma only spawns in after you start Avery's quest, that route up the side of the mountain would actually be super appealing if you could do it without needing to spawn in Velma. thing. It's a very ordinary 100%. There's not much tricks or anything I'm using here. Oh, you're kidding me. Okay. Should we do those races on the first run around so that we don't have them show up on Jill's phone? I failed the glide 3 times in a row. So sad. Yes, chill. I know. Why is my ragdoll not working? So we've already got a bit of the stuff down here, and I really do feel like there is going to be some areas where we are just going to have to do it on the run. If that doesn't just end up being like the winning strategy to begin with. There's a fair thing to be said for just doing everything as you play. It was worth a try though, to see how it went.
Hello there.
Hey, Blue. How you doing? Well, you want to cross the obelisk tonight? I haven't had the chance to shout out anyone. The one opportunity I could have shouted out to Crazy earlier, I just jumped into another run. That's terrible. But I don't have a lot of time at the moment to pause and type. I don't remember what my pause key is for a live split. Come here. Do I have shurikens? Oh, that's so much easier. Kinda was hitting people for 1.2k? With what? That's... I mean, you're one-shotting bosses into, like, late game with that sort of damage. How are we doing for time? 57 minutes. Total time lost was an hour 20. I don't know. God, that's so hard to aim. That's something I'm gonna have to work on, is that shit on the fly. I can't keep missing... Oh, a memory. Yep. I took him her sword. That's your sister, idiot. Follow me, hero, I know the way. Well, she did get to play hero one time. But... me just not being able to execute... Like, I could probably save... I'm gonna say 20 minutes. Because I don't think I'm sub-hour. I don't think I could say half-hour, but... I mean, 15-20 minutes saved just with me not lobbing shots or wasting time in menus. I don't have the cleanest route or any sort of real strategy at the moment. I'm kind of just fluffing about and seeing what I can figure out. But at the same time,
Drink
like,
and that's safe. Drink water and milk.
I miss so much time just messing shit up. It's so annoying. Okay, we've got like that.
Water, drink, bitch. Oh, drink,
Nice,
water,
pretty
drink,
straight,
water,
doesn't it?
drink,
There we
water, bitch. Oh, drink, water, drink, water, drink, water, bitch. Oh, drink, water, drink, water, drink, water, bitch.
I need to get Jill's phone out again. What are we missing? Anything? I'm gonna wait till a cutscene to do a hydrate, but... Get up. Unfortunately, we've already beat the main story, so we have a bit of time to kill before the next cutscene. Oh, we're out of the green slimes. That's just shoddy! I missed one spear in a whole group of things. That's the shittiest work. There's one up there. I know. You think I can hit him with my sword? Hey, check that out. We got something else down here. Oh, the stuff in the ocean. For the love of all that is holy. It is simply failure to execute that is going to get me just... I would have the world's perfect run, and I will just sit there pressing the wrong button and lose 10 minutes to that problem alone. I swear. Do you have anything down there? Yes. We've already got that person out of the other coastline, so... Nope, back this way. There it is. Is that the jump back? You know what, we're ballooning up here. Shit like this! This is just pure fuck up. You just E-space, E-space. That's it, that's the whole thing. E-space. What do you have to do? E-space. Why can't I do it? Because I press E-space too quickly and then in the wrong order for some reason, and I jump, which gets a glider out. And I lose my mouse in the menus for like a whole 10 seconds. It's a shit show. You would think... After 40 hours in a game, you wouldn't be this bad at pressing buttons in order. Don't. I swear, if I drop the glide... And that! Like, actual, genuine... Just... I can't say nice things about that. I am pressing shit in the complete wrong order for no reason in a speedrun. It's not a speedrun anymore. Technique and execution like this, doesn't matter how good my route is or what I'm trying to figure out, I've just fucked up. I mean, this route already seems slower, and I'm making it look even worse. Doing things as we go does seem like the way to run the run 100%, but this is not helping. Whatever I'm doing now, really not helping. Such a potty mouth. No! It really is almost like genuine, just... Like, I don't know at this point why I would even compete, because I can't even play the game in just a quick manner, let alone anything worthy of, like, speedrunning. Lose my mouse in the menu is like one of the biggest problems I have with this game for some reason. Right. Hello. Take on a sidekick. We haven't done this guy's stuff yet, have we? Or did we do Penelope? I think we did. So now it's pointing us back at the starting area for that treasure chest, which will help us verify if we finish the mountain or not. Oh, wait. Have we done the treasure chest? I wonder if it's closest with no regard for the height map of the item. Like it's just purely closest linearly from a top-down bird's-eye perspective on a flat map. Be very curious. That's a solar flare! Look at that. I really am starting to resent my ability to just mess everything up. Alright, we're not doing that. We're here, so we're gonna do this. Okay. Oh. Next is the race. Need bubblegum for it. Mouse. It should be impressive how many times I am just losing time to shitty execution. Like, just go here. Okay, I add 3 seconds to the route for some reason, but like, just why? Oh, you know, thought like adding 3 seconds to the route would be a good idea. I just have to fly across the mountain. Do it in 2 seconds, or I could open a menu, waste 2 seconds, and then flub the movement anyway. It's fine. I said, we still have 15 minutes. These runs are just to test things out, but it's still painful that I can't do the basics. Oh, I didn't get you. I totally forgot to come back and give Penelope a thing. Running past shit and missing it with my sword have to be the 2 biggest crimes. Like, not gliding, I'll live with not gliding, because I've had some bad runs before where I feel like I've executed gliding perfectly and just been told no. So, I can live with that. It's the stuff that I shouldn't be doing, like running past things and having to turn around to swing at them. Been 40 hours in a game, and I can't even just play it today. I thought today would just be fun. I was like, I had a kind of weird stream earlier. Brain went square. Let's just do Gator Game. And of course, I didn't want to just chill in Gator Game. I wanted to run it. Because the leaderboards are open. I'm not allowed to that. Alright, what else? At least we'll have some phony runs on my live split that we can then try and beat on a day where I'm not pressing buttons in the complete opposite order I meant to press them. We have Madeline. We don't have Madeline. While we're here, maybe we'll do a megaphone. We're good. That takes so long to switch away from. Wow. Right. I think we can glide. She pulled it off. We're gonna need our 10 pieces of litter too for this guy. Should be 10. run into his shop. If it didn't completely throw my camera off, pressing W wouldn't be a problem. There we go. Oh. We have the blaster now. I need that. That's all of the items, at least. Now we just need to clean up the rest of the map. So we have all of our abilities. I think that should be all of the swords, too. We can do this next bit in 10 minutes. That's gonna be it, though. Can we do it in 10 minutes? I am getting worse! I'm actually getting worse. Okay, there has to be like a strategy to the glide stuff because I am straight up getting worse at it. I just thought sometimes it dropped. Now I'm convinced it's me. It doesn't drop. I'm bad at it and I'm getting worse. There's no reason I should just not have glide anywhere. I refuse to believe it's RNG. After sucking that bad so many times in a row, it's just me. Come here. I got down here. I really don't like the trampoline. Not for movement. We never went and got that. There's so many people we didn't collect for friends yet. So long as you don't jump with the trampoline, it's fine. Don't need to talk to them, I forgot. Ooh. We didn't even get the eagle over there playing chess. We got the fluffy guys. Oh, did we get the eagle then if we got the fluffy bull? No. We're missing a heart too. It's Penelope. I'm sure it is. Not Penelope. What's her name over here? What? Kidding me? I missed something? Just one bone. I swear I did that same thing last time. This one. What's her name? Pepperoni. I wasn't that far off. I need a thing. Oh. Like, if I'm just gonna slide into them point blank range, it would be quicker to hit them with a sword. That's how bad it is. Alright. Kinda sad that throwing shurikens from far away is like one of the quickest ways I've got so far of actually killing things. Practically, I mean. Oh, the love of all that is holy. Like, okay, we could bail on this run, to be fair. I've personally probably accounted for about 15 minutes extra just to being shit. So, we could cut our losses and reset. Right? We know the run is probably gonna end up slower. I feel like it is. It seems like you do want to try and get everything as you walk around the map the first time. We have like 3 minutes left. So if there's something else back across the other side of the map, this is basically, oh, like, it's a dead run in the sense it doesn't beat a last previous best, right? But I don't know if we would try it again, but with different routing perhaps, or like being more thorough even. There's no reason you couldn't try and run quests as fast as possible while getting everything on the way. I completely missed these 3 turnips here. Because we still have people to get to. Even if it's only 1 or per 2 people, that's still cross-map navigation that we have to do. I mean, even at this point, I am resisting opening the menu because I swear I've lost so much time just to losing my mouse. I don't think I disabled software cursor, surely. I don't think the game had one. If it has a software cursor that just stands out, I would probably be a lot happier. Probably have to just change my Windows cursor. Complete skill issue. I also didn't get the pots over here. Wait. No, it is this. It's a whole— oh, for the love of all that is holy. It's absolutely me fucking that up. I refuse to believe that that's something that just drops sometimes. It's absolutely me. I wonder if the wrench has extra range. There we go. 30 seconds and we're not even done collecting. Hey! That's every item. Now, with 30 seconds left, you're about to do every person. And it may just be one. I hate that I can't open the menu while that text is there. Using these seems like a crutch that is not worth it. Oh, of course I know who it is. It's Junkman. No? Where's a Robin? It's Robin. Orange. Wait. Shit like this doesn't count. Why? Are you kidding? That was it. That was it. We actually weren't that bad on time. You know what actually makes that super sad? If we're only 30 seconds behind. Okay, at the time of finishing the bonus objectives, right? I swear I lost so much time just to me. Which means this route may still end up quicker if we just don't burn so much time jumping into cliffs, falling off cliffs. There you go. You know, there's 2 more prompts here. All friends, all scrap, litigator. I'm just gonna pretend that run didn't happen. We're doing it again. All friends, all scrap. Literally written in there, and I just didn't do split times for it. I want to do a combination. For some reason, I've lost my mouse again. So, all friends, all scrap. I kind of need those things to be interchangeable as categories. %% times 1. I'm gonna name them a bit more generically. 100% times 2. That way. So now let me just scroll down. So we got quest 1, 2, 3, 100% times 1, 100% times 2, and then litigator when we end. So, okay, why did that save the splits? Those complete bogus times I just put through apparently were legit. No. We're starting from scratch apparently, because that legit, like deleting the run, my delete button. Look, I'm even gonna show that. I'm getting frustrated at how much is going wrong today. Right here. Where are my keybinds? Reset. Decimal. I hit decimal on my numpad and it submitted less than 1 second split times to my personal best. That decimal resets the run. You're not meant to submit split times on a reset run, are you? Six is skip, 3 is undo, 0 is pause. That's... Today has been going very well. Compare against best split, best segments, personal best. Real-time personal best. We are starting from scratch. What are we at? An hour 23 was our best. Can I edit that in manually? How do you edit? What is it? Split time, segment time, or best segment? We're just gonna go 1 hour 23. 9. There you go. That's our best run so far. Because I don't remember. It was an hour 23 something. So, if we don't have to backtrack like 5 times, and we... So this is where you need to bridge the fine line, I think, though. I need to stop absolutely shitting all over the controls and just play the game. And remember, I need to push things in order. But I need to find the balance between running the main quest to get Jill's locator and Avery's locator as well. But at the same time, there's no reason we should skip over stuff that we can smash. Why is the game cropped funny? Oh, hang on, I know why. Because it's not actually the game capture. But I don't know where to draw the line. There is an argument to be made that doing the forest entirely, like not just any percent run, do the any percent run route for the forest, getting to the forest, etc. And then complete the first quest basically on any percent route, then empty out the forest for quests and companions. The thing I did technically mess up last time was that I got the locator and the infinite stamina and I didn't immediately go back to the starting island, which is what I think I need to do. But there's no reason not to be more thorough. I think, much as an oxymoron as it sounds, driving games have taught me one thing. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. If I take my time clearing out each spot, instead of trying to be the quickest to get somewhere, not take my time, just be thorough. Because we were, like, I feel like I flubbed so much of last run. I need to figure out my route properly though, too. I think I don't want to start at mountain, because the bracelet takes a long time to get up to if you don't have the balloon. We definitely want to do forest into splash pad, because then you have 6 pops to get back up to the mountain. So it's starting island, quest 1 will be the forest, run it like normal, but then be a bit more thorough, I suppose, to make sure that we have enough. I didn't realize too, Ragdoll costs 600, so we need 1100 by the time we beat the forest. 600 for Ragdoll and 500 for the bracelet. Once we have the bracelet, we can skip 4 times, so we can basically launch ourselves over to the bubblegum. Then from bubblegum, I'd still do the dog pencil. From dog pencil, I would probably get, no, I wouldn't get the elephant, because we come down and we get Lucas and then elephant and then duck. So it would be bubblegum into pencil into splash pad. Splash pad would then go back down to where Lucas is. You'd probably grab the sheep and the bull on the way, grab it, clear out all of that area. Pepperoni has to be picked up at some point too. I feel like Pepperoni's gonna be a backtrack character though. We definitely want to do Ninja Village early on, but you have to make the hut for 300. That's 1400 total for the forest area that we need. Doing more of the races as we find them pays out, so we could use the races to pay out a little bit of extra confetti. 1400. Do we need any? No, we need another 500 for the shurikens. That's 1900 for the forest area. That's like the most expensive area in the game, I swear, besides the trash collector. But I need the shurikens to throw across the lake. I can't do that with a rock. The rock would just not reach that far, I'm pretty sure. Trying to think, what else can I like set in stone as something I need to do? I mean, we're getting somewhere though. What was that, like an hour 25 before? And that was with me completely throwing the run with all of my mess ups. I want to try it again, where I rush the story, get the locator, and then run to each location. But I'm going to do it while I'm a bit more thorough. I'm not going to rush the story. I'm going to pick things up as I go and not leave stuff behind. But I'm still going to try and get the story done as a priority. I'm not going to go out of my way to collect everything at every location. The cliff is where I think a lot of stuff is going to be left over. And then once I get the locators and the infinite stamina, we go back to starting island and make sure nothing's over there. What I actually probably wouldn't mind doing, even though it's gonna do it with just one bracelet though. I was gonna say go get the Pomeranian. But climbing anywhere up the mountain is a pain with only one bracelet. So it's definitely forest first, even if we end up taking a detour somewhere to get there. I don't like the tea party detour, but maybe we do that. We could go see Tom, then we could... No, there's no point seeing Tom that early, is there? I was thinking we go see Tom. Like, I don't know, there could be there could be motivation to go see Tom early. Because it gets his dialogue out of the way, you make your cottage, which costs 3 people, I think, to make your cottage or something. Which you can easily pick up on the starter island alone. From your cottage, I would then go get... See, there's something you could actually... You could run past Splash Pad, go get the guy running along the track, pick up bubblegum, then tea party, but that's so convolutedly out of the way to get to forest first. But I think I'd like to pick up Tea Party because I want to fly over Tea Party once I'm done at the forest. So it'll probably be Tea Party, clearing that area. I'll pick up... Oh, I could pick up Pepperoni. We could do Tea Party, Pepperoni. That's such a weird route. But it gets both of them out of the way. And we get a bunch more confetti before we reach the forest, which is what I'm trying to like figure out. I need 1900 confetti at the forest. I could fit Robin into that route too. Robin's a bit more out of the way. If I went to Robin, there's no point going to the trash man early because he's only your friend once you buy everything. But he does teach you how to smack bins over, and there is a bin over at the forest. There's not such a demand for confetti. We're not so short on confetti, I don't think, by that point, that we need bins. We should just do one a bit more chill paced. Let's plan a route. I'm gonna time it, but we're just gonna plan a route. We're gonna plan a route. Let's figure out what works. Let's just do something a bit more chill. Yeah, I'm so glad we're doing something more chill after missing that jump. Wow. Small sculptings, don't mind. So, let's see how we go. Let's plan a route. We know how to do the starting island. Shoot. Sure. Sword. But if I never have to come back to the starting island, that would honestly be a massive benefit. I can learn the location of everything on the starting island too. Worst case, I may miss a pot. That's gonna be like my only thing that kicks me in the ass. Coming back for something like one pot. It'd be so cool if you could slide on it immediately. Good lord, that jump was almost high enough on its own. I can do this more consistently, so on 100% we're going down here for the treasure. Then we jump back up, and then it's over. You flip, and we don't bounce. Meant to be over flip, and you're over. Easy. Best friend. We're gonna wait until we have the sword to clear it out. Because that also means we have the bracelet. Having the bracelet is honestly gonna be super helpful navigating this island again. Make the helmet. Oh, now we got a glider. Oop, I forgot. No clamber. The longest cutscene in the game for Ragdoll. And it costs 600 to make too. Do you think we can get 600 if we clear the island out? Dun-ba-dun. What else were we gonna do on the way down? There was something else I wanted to do. I need to stop bouncing off the things at the shield though. Is there a pot up there? I don't think so. And there's the sword. So... I'm still marking Small Island as complete the moment the quest is over. Even though we're sticking around for a little bit longer. There we go. But now, we're gonna clean up a little bit. We're gonna take as much scrap as we can get with us to Big Island. Because we're gonna need so much scrap. Come on. We are spending 600 basically immediately on Ragdoll, which I don't even have yet. I gotta remember. It costs 600. So expensive. But we can... Oh, I didn't even get these guys. I don't know if it's gonna end up being quicker spending the extra time here, but getting the bracelet that early will help us. Oh, and we can also get some friends. There's my wooden sword. Not having the locator is something though. You know, it's kind of weird having the locator like the past 6 times you do an area. It's actually been like 6 times I've run this area. Alright, how far are we gonna be? We've got Ragdoll now, so... It's still so much better than just walking. But I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong with Ragdoll. It's 100% me, because I've dropped it way too many times. It's been less consistent. And it's been, it's not the way to phrase it. It's been more consistently not working the last run since I let it get to my head. Right. It's definitely a timing thing, but I just don't know what timing thing it is. So, what do we need first? Shurikens are 500, so we need 1,000 for the shurikens. Is that it? That's it? 1,000 for the... So it's a shurikens are 1,000, the bracelet is 500 each rather, 1,000 total. Oh, I'm having to go back to old movement. It really is a crutch getting so used to having infinite stamina. I don't want to jump down until I have to. There's a guy here. There's a pot there. I do wonder though a little bit. I mean, so for comparison, we normally have finished the forest quest line. Quest 1 is like a 10-minute thing. So we're a little behind, but the idea being that... I bounced off of that. Idea being... we spend the time now, we don't spend the time later. We never have to come back, which is saving time traveling, in theory. Even though we are super slow now. That's the idea. Is being thorough means you don't have to come back, means you save time traveling. But when you get infinite bracelets and infinite stamina, that's not so big a problem. So I don't know. This could pay off, this could not pay off. We'll have to find out. We've got enough for shurikens, though. And... I think we're more or less done with the island at this point. I feel like that should have broke. I think there's one treasure chest back down here, isn't there? Should I go for it? Why not? There it is. Saves us coming back. Do we have anything actually out on the water in the starting island? I don't remember. If there is, we've already got it, don't we? Oh, hang on. Biggest fumble of all almost happened. Although, admittedly, this isn't that far away from the Pomeranian. This would be a short trip. Light detour. Oh, and you know what we will do? We'll do the race too while we're here. Did we get those brambles? No. Did we get those guys? Yes, I think we did. We definitely don't need to go to the Pomeranian for crafting goods at the moment. Right. Oh. Paid off the last 2 times, but not this time. Isn't there a pot here? Ooh, spike. Alright. And we've got the stuff on the other side of where Martin is. And I think that's it. I have to sneeze. Whew. Alright. This still feels pretty natural progression-wise. Is there any reason we would go Pomeranian and then immediately back down, though? Because that's what's gonna end up happening. We're gonna go Pomeranian, back down, we're gonna pick up the rock. Oh lord, where do you go from here? I don't think we can do that. Okay, you can. Bear in mind, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think out loud too. Bear in mind, like, we're doing this, but I don't know what this is. Like, it's basically me trying to justify how little I can reroute and come back. Like, if I don't have to come back and do all of this area, bonus, right? We have ragdoll, so, and we also have a shield, so you can do a flip for the Pomeranian at literally any point, which is nice. Hello! Good flip. Thank you. I don't have rocks though, so we are coming back for those. That's about it, I think. Is there's a pottery anywhere nearby? Hello, friends. Friends. And there is the tourist guide. Good day. Oh, he's your friend even if you say no. That's kind of nice. It is going to be a little amusing if 100% at this point is more or less just playing the game regularly, but really fast with pathing in mind. I don't think it is. There's gotta be like something to it. Because you've got the any percent down to 15 minutes. Walking everywhere like this has got to be worse than doing something bizarre, right? Surely? Got the rock though. Pomeranian can have his troubles put away. Isn't there another one blooms? There it is. Oh, Penelope is not the stork, but the beaver at the waterfalls. Alright. So next up, we're going underneath the creek, I think. Over here. There's a couple of pots. And there's that guy over there. I am so mad that I overshot by like such a tiny amount. There we go. still, getting these guys out of the way might actually be okay too. I mean, there's no harm to it, right? I just realized they are literally color-coded the thing you meant to give them. They are actually color-coded the thing you meant to give them. That is... Blue guy gets blue bag of chips. Red guy gets the red apple slices. Did we miss anything over there? Don't think so. Because now we can just do the yellow square quest basically as needed. The only thing we need to do is go get Billy. So, let's sit on this tree. Oh. I am still flubbing occasionally with my glide. Flubbing occasionally is different to every time, so long as I get sometimes. Be happy. Hang on. First things first. I don't know if we've even saved time yet. I won't know until we get to like another category, but we're starting the tree quest now. So, how did it go? It was over here. We have rock too. Oh my lord. Swinging and missing. I'm missing with everything. That done. We're gonna go down and see Billy again. Then we're gonna get the beach rock. Thank you, Billy. Did not mean to jump on that. Beach rock. Can we skip along here, perhaps, and like get a bit more of this stuff out of the way too? I feel like that definitely could be welcome. The race back down to Billy is probably one of the more annoying things for me. It's gonna be cleanup duty. I keep forgetting you to let go and press. Yes. Thank you for the shurikens. We're gonna have to go get... We're gonna have to go get the bug again. And it's like there. Missed. Throw a couple. Is it too high? Oh, it was too high. Oh. It's 300 for the hat, which we factored in, right? Look at these guys, so we don't have to come back for them. That's the one over there that I missed, because it's sideways. Right. Oh, that's not even a thing! I need the bug again. I'm doing like a jack of all trades run at the moment, but we'll see how it pays off. Next we need this guy. a bug. This we're gonna have to come back and clean up after, but... I got nunchucks. Can't catch with nunchucks. So this would be turning in the quest. We're gonna go get the bracelet then. And past that point, I don't actually know what my plan is for the pathing in the route. I do like the more thorough approach though. Like, so far it's more appealing to me just to be more thorough during this route. And then immediately after this, I think I'm gonna go with the bird first, and then just ragdoll over. Oh. Forgetting that's actually requires stamina. Okay. Jill, your friends are doing schoolwork, and that makes him be sad. There it is, quest 1, 22 minutes. Not bad turnaround, to be honest. Even what we were... Wait, did I not talk to Penelope? Where's Penelope? There is Penelope. I was like, where? Thought for a moment that I'd actually forgot to... Hello. E-bandage. Thank you. Next up, I need that hat. Don't need the camera. Alright, climb up here. And our next stop, we didn't do the route we planned at all. We did like a complete bootleg of it. Town's that way, so I need to go there. We don't have bubblegum yet, so it's just... Oh, almost. Hey, so you want to do this quest randomly? Oh, I don't need to talk to you, do I? Right. There we go. I mean, it kind of worked out, I suppose. We jumped straight to a location. It's not the one I was intending. But now we're gonna go get the gum. I cannot glide to save my life sometimes. I need to stop doing that. It's that easy, you just... make myself so mad sometimes. Alright, so what here from now? Where? I think from now we just go to Splash Pad. And we're being more fast-paced, less thorough at the moment, but we'll be going back down to the beach after we meet the Splash Pad. Hey, and Jasir. How you doing? It's still questing as a priority. I think the thing that changes is just how we're prioritizing the questing compared to just ignoring stuff before. So before it was quest over all else. The hammer seems to have a nice hit range. Right, now we need the other bracelet. How much money do we have? Plenty. Pretty sure we can just climb up here with two. Easy. Hello, good sir. You still scare me, but I need your wares. And the other guy is over there. Wait, wait. There we go. So, do we run Jada down, or do we run... I think we run from Lucas up to Jada. That's the preferred route. I'm gonna grab Rock out. No, we're gonna grab Shurikens out here. So there's something up there. I'm remembering things. Look at this. Hope that I can hit them. Alright, so down here. Teeth. We don't need to talk to this guy. We would just get him on the way back. I hate that. I hate that. Jumping in the water for no reason. Alright. This is the next one where I keep forgetting, because there's a chest right here and 2 pots on the other side of the island. But we're gonna do him next. Get off the log. Apparently that didn't hit. Ooh, while we're here, and I think, honestly, you could probably say a good percentage of my problems is routing, because I'm leaving like 2 pots like right there, despite coming to get this guy's quest earlier on. Here. We could probably clear up this bit here too. We're just gonna do... This is gonna be a boring run. We're not gonna be glide jumping across the map very much, but we are just going to be cleaning up as we go in a very quick manner. Oh, and the pencil is meant to be after bubblegum, wasn't it? Pencil's right here. We do pencil, sheep, bull, and then... Even that was more precise than last time. I probably lost a minute worth of time here last time just pressing the dialogue instead of the pencil. But that's not that bad. Like, look at that. Over in seconds. My last run genuinely was just a skill issue. Where's my mouse? Next skill issue. Oh, that's that one done. Go, Budge. You know, I never noticed Grandpa talks to you from far away. I just thought he screamed marvelous. But he talked to me that time. We're being probably a bit too overly thorough here. But we did want to have Penelope by this point, actually. Pepperoni. Penelope's the beaver. I'll get their name right one day. I want to get the rabbit and then head down to Lucas. Because this is probably the worst part of my route, coming back to do this part. I just want to clear up this part of the map. So I don't have to come back. What do we have on E? We have Shuriken? It's fine. Give me money. I need money. I flubbed it, but it's fine. This is such a weird route all of a sudden, but I don't even hate it. We're taking so long to do quests, but it's back to... oh, Lord. Back to basically just being collect as I go, but with a bit more purpose to it than before. And this is Little Gator Game. It's taken a week of my life almost. And I genuinely think is probably my pick for Game of the Year 2023 so far. Since the 2022 submissions are basically over. Hello, Duck. Hang on, lie. There we go. You're telling the truth. Now, Dot. Squonk. Looks pretty cool. For a duck that only speaks in quacks. He ain't such a bad guy. Oh no, he speaks in honks. He's a duck that speaks in honks like a goose. That was his thing until I took him to court to legal battle me. And he had to... It's our job to make the goose gab. We did. Have I missed anything here? You know what, we're gonna get you out of the way. There you go, Becca, you've got your stuff back. Now, I need to go talk to Jada. Technically, it's quicker to jump up here, so I'm told. Oh. It's an emergency! Ash. The anti-Thargoid contingent of the Elite Community's mascot is a goose. Its slogan is peace was never an option. Thargoid? Admit. There's a lot of words there. Some of them are kind of scary sounding. Aliens. Oh, from Elite Dangerous! I thought there was like some weird government agency or something being talked about for a minute there. Alright, how are we doing? Do we still have the rock? I don't think we do we? We do? Oh. Because that's the splash pad done. But I want to go across the coastline a little bit here, and I want to not have to backtrack to this location again. A goose that says peace was never an option. Are we good? I think we're kind of good. It's gonna be a weird route. Honestly, this sliding through here, hitting those like that is way more beneficial. That's nice. Give me the broken scooter. It is so annoying you have to talk to this person first. It's like one of the only quests that bugs me, you have to talk first. Alright, but it's fine. Should we go see Billy? Get Billy out of the way? Yeah, we'll go see Billy, get Billy out of the way. Then we'll come back and we'll do that quest. There's skipping on the water. Billy. Oh, that's everything? Hey, you almost snuck past me. I can't hit you. There we go. I think that's everything. I'm gonna try for a couple of these. That's further away than it looks. Got the pottery. I don't know if these will despawn before they hit. They may. We're wasting a bit of time here. Let's just go back to the splash pad. Okay, this one's just... That was kind of for bragging rights. It does despawn too soon though. So, we've got you two. And then these guys here. I don't know if I want to come back for you. I don't know why this for some reason feels like it might be quicker than just doing it the normal way. Placebo. Standing still and just throwing darts feels easy, so it seems quicker. Oh, almost. I got them all in one go! Look at that. Okay. There we go. Overshot a little. We're not doing super good for time, but we are cleaning up a lot of the map as we go. And this is just gonna be one of those boring runs where we just happen to do that. Did I talk to the guy that's scared of heights? I don't think I did. No, come here. What are you doing? You know what, while I'm here, I might talk to that guy too. That was a bit silly, wasn't it? Hello! Here you go. Oopsie daisy. Isn't there a throwing bit here somewhere too that I always get stuck on? While I've got the shurikens out. In fact, while I've got the shurikens out, shouldn't that be... No, I should save this for when we're done with the theater kids. Oh lord. That delayed aim is always gonna catch me off guard. Okay, this stuff I should be skiing through. Hello, good sir. We are so far out of the way for the splash pad right now. We're basically in the next area. Right, balloons. Because we beat... Okay, I need to remember. Routing honestly could just change entirely based on what items we pick up in what order. And smashing into the ground there is kind of nice. Because switching away from shurikens is always a problem if I still want them. So we need to make sure we're done with shurikens in the area before we pick up Balloon Guy's quest. But saying that, the movement is so nice. Right, do we have anything else? This little bit here. You know, I could go do Avery's starting quest into Andromeda, back down to the splash pad, but that's gotta be a routing issue purely because I don't want to have to climb back up. Okay, we need shurikens here, just because I don't want to have to deal with this. Not that I can aim, apparently. Did we get all of them? I think so. We're gonna go through Esme's cave. Just because I don't like having to spend time on these guys. I'm getting stuck on terrain, for the love of all that is holy, please. Don't do this to me! Alright, we got one more at the very top, pretty sure. That's most of Esme's cave cleared. Now we just have to do the quest. You know what we're gonna do for routing? We're gonna pick up Madeline here. We're gonna use Billy to get back to the splash pad. Isn't it right there? Oh, it's right there. We don't even need Billy. Can I hit the bomb, please? Come on. Right. Sploosh. Off we go. There we go. 43 minutes for quest 2. But hopefully the payoff is going to be we don't have to go back and clear a lot of the area. It'll be a little bit of using Jill's phone. And not a whole lot of using Jill's phone is my idea. Next up though, we have all of the bracelets we need. Next oh. Fine, I concede. We're going here first. So 2 pots. I'm not leaving 2 pots behind. Need stamina. Is there anything up there? Yes. I could really use infinite stamina here. There's a chest right there. Wow. Why are there so many flying guys here? I thought I cleared this area out. Oh no, this is the stuff that was too far away to throw at, wasn't it? You outlived 3 shurikens. There we go. Is there anything else I missed down here then? I don't think so. He's happy. We return the board. So... oh my lord. The off-center thing is upsetting me at the moment. I'm just gonna go over there. We didn't even get Madeline. She's still down there. Madeline will have to wait. Let's just go get the next quest done, because we've already cleared out a fair bit of this area. Get this guy on the way. Quest 3. Hello, good sir. I would like infinite stamina, thank you. The golden bracelet is mine. Ooh. Now we can abuse that mechanic. it off. The best thing about the balloon is you can use it to just collide into things and cause collision damage. Now there's 2 pots here. Or there. Wait. There we go. It's almost as good as skating once you get the stamina upgrade. And they're gone! You're cured! Well, no, you're still allergic. Especially because you can skim along the ground. If you didn't bounce, it would honestly be just as good as skating. Right. What are we missing? We do Velma, then Esme, then Andromeda, I feel like. And I am gonna be a bit more thorough here. You know, I'm just gonna stop caring about this quest being done properly. Just kill them all. It's quicker than doing 2 sets of dialogue. Kill them all. Call it a day. Have we got everything on the little island though? 'Cause that was one of the things I wanted to make sure I'd done, is gotten everything on the little island before coming over. And we're gonna have a big reveal when we go actually get Jill's item finder. Alright, come here. You next. You 3. There we go. That's Velma done. I don't think I've missed anything around here. Okay, besides those guys, and a couple of skeletons that I don't remember if I cleaned up or not. Anyone else being driven insane by the balloon popping noise yet? Ooh, shite. I don't have any ranged. Forget that the aiming is delayed. So disorientating. Alright. 2 down. I need the balloon back. Esme's down here. Wait, don't I have another one of these shadow queens to get? No? I got all of them. Nice! Hey, Esme. Oh. To ice cream. I'm not a vampire. Which is very fast. We are so fast because we are vampires that we can just outrun the sun. Makes sense to me. I'm still not able to land any of that jump gliding stuff though. I'm struggling with it at the moment. Alright, quest 3 complete. Right now, it is just... we go back to town, we build the town, then we go get Jill's locator, and we go get Avery's locator. I don't know why. Okay, this is bullshit. I don't know why that's not working for me. I even waited. I thought the delay was going to be part of the problem, and it still didn't work. Must just be perfect timing. Oh, that's those 2 races done, because they're some of the most annoying to do. Then we have pots to break. And there's that race down there too. It's probably the only other annoying one, but we can do that to get to the forest. We've been thorough, but we do still have a bit of a treasure hunt. And we've got the half hour to do it in, I suppose. That's basically it. We still haven't gone and seen... Pepperoni is back at the forest as well, that we never did. Oh, isn't my house adorable? Chimney's perfectly correct and not wrong looking at all. And that's everyone. Cool. Set to go. Oh, quest 3 is done, by the way. Bane of my life, what is that phrase? Bane of my existence. Something I don't like doing is forgetting that splits are a thing. Quest 3 would take like 10 minutes, that's fine. Right, but now we're going to immediately skip to having the town completed, so that gap is going to be rather minimal. But you know, like I said, it'll be fine. It's ready. You know what, maybe we'll use town for the end of this sequence here. We'll do town split at the end of this sequence instead, just because I don't want it to be like 10-second split. And Sis Jones Town, that's gonna be that one done. I'm gonna be screwed if I have, like... I know I've not got Madeline. I know I've not got all the races, so I know we're not gonna 100% anything. Like, that would just be my luck, because after resetting splits, I would get 100% immediately after getting the town. I wonder if that's gonna be the strat too, eventually, for like the super refined runs. I wonder if they are just gonna do the whole circuit in one go, come back to town, hand everything in, and call it a day, and immediately run the end cutscene. And there we go. Holy heck, Himby, where did you get all this plywood? I was just lying about. I love how Jotter and Antone end up catching bugs together. Ooh. Ash Baby Mod. That's Ask Jill. And that's Scream Through a Megaphone. Right, we are missing quite a lot. We do people first. We always forget Robin. Why do we always forget Robin? Every time. Robin's left over here until after we beat the game. That's Madeline. I knew we missed Madeline. So... how much air do you need to jump? Oh, you actually don't need a whole lot of air to jump. Came over here and we cleared everything out except for Madeline and a couple of bits and pieces. There's Madeline. Who's that? Who is that? It's not the trash guy. But speaking of... Ow. We don't even have our 10 pieces of litter. No, we didn't pick up a single piece. Oh, and look at this trash, speaking of litter. I haven't touched this island at all. Don't mind if I do. I need to be sure not to buy the trampoline last. Alright, trash pick and stick. Thank you. I did not mean to buy the ancient gong that was meant to be lost. I'm just gonna have to change it. What does he cost? $2,899, and then he's your friend. So, we don't want that. We want Mega Bubblegum. I want Skateboard. And whatever. What do they thing here? Ooh, missing rope. You know, I think we're going back to that prehistoric hammer. I really do feel like it's got range now that I'm switching off of it. We've got stuff out there to do. I don't know who the grey... We turned in the rabbit's quest, so who gave the call out? Grey character out this way. We still have pepperoni to turn in too. Just gonna have the Wask again, aren't we? Woo. That's pepperoni. We don't need pepperoni. Did I talk to you? Yes, I did. Okay, no, there was 100% a grey out here. Did the game bug? Game bugged. Alright, we're... Oh, I can't open the menu while dialogue's there. I could have just been colorblind, to be fair. Oh, you knew who it was. It was the trash picker. Just got him, of course. Hello. Oh, you're... Yeah, I'm gonna go do your course. Sec to get my shurikens out. Wait. There we go. And megaphone again. Who am I missing? Who am I missing? Let's not be slack. We don't want to walk back here. I kind of feel like using the megaphone to also collect scrap isn't a bad idea. Like, if you just scream through the megaphone and collect all of the scrap on the way, it's kind of like using the other one, but you're picking up friends. Maybe I'm just crazy. This run doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as the last one. I've not been completely messing up all of my inputs and dropping anything except for, admittedly, I'm still messing up the lighting. I don't know who that green guy is, though. What green guy would there be up there? Green guy would be out there screaming and hollering. It must be across the map. It mustn't be from this area. Okay, that's the third shuriken you've got stuck in you. Yay! Oh my lord. That's not even my fault. Oh, shuriken stuck in a turnip and he just said, I'm fine. I'll walk it off. We got a pot up here. I think that's it. This spot. I'm pretty sure, because that's Penelope's spot up there. Pepperoni. But, okay, she just looks like a Penelope, apparently. It's like the first time I played Monster Hunter World. I gave that T-Rex so many names that was not what its actual name was. That I have totally not just forgotten all over again. The pots from up here, even if we haven't, we're gonna megaphone and we're gonna glide over there. Okay, we are not gliding anywhere apparently. No, I want to redo. Fine. Redo in a bit. Hey, Nine. Welcome in. I suppose it is 10 in the morning. How long have I been doing this? Oi. Oi! Just hit him! And we've got a guy over here. Oh, you know what? We haven't done this yet. Apparently we are. Come on. You! Why are you green? Oh, your shirt's green. I totally clicked take on a sidekick. What are you doing? And then he runs off. I actually kind of want to see where he goes. Look at the eyes. And who is that? Oh yes. Those two? Who's the blue though? Ah, you know what we don't have? We don't have a bomb. There you are. Don't stop when you hit the thing this time. Thank you. Woo! Alright, every friend in the game. Next up, Jill. Jill, you gotta find me things. Oh. was easy. For the most part, we should have done a lot of the game. Okay, yeah, I turned around and I saw that immediately, Jill. Some stuff down here. I knew the caves were going to be some of the least cleared. I'm just hoping that we've done a fair job elsewhere on the map. Hello. Is that it? Stuff down here? Right. I know what that is. Over there, not too far, but far enough. It's not that thing. So what is it? Oh, a couple of bones. Up there. There. Oh, okay. Hang on. Is there anything closer this way before we do the race? Apparently a little. Oh, that's the race. There's Jill's text message because we got more. It is... Shut up. We missed one apparently. Billy, you let me down. There was a pot there all along. Okay. Over there. Actually, over the mountain. Wow. Sloppy because I already said I remember clearing out that grove, saying I don't want to come back there. Alright. That's a fair ways away, actually. Okay. Right here. Is this it? No, it is not. I swear I did this area. No, I did around here. This is the bit I missed. Every time this one bone. Can you stop there. Some... Still, don't let me down. I was just here. You. More! I don't like the forest area. If you don't know where stuff is, it is so hard to keep track of what you have and haven't got in this area. Did I even get the pots down here? No. And I missed you guys. It is over there. The Pomeranian. Oh, so it is. I used to know what the Pomeranian is these days. Little island, I knew it. Oh my lord, ending on Little Island is gonna be so painful because I have to go back to the town. This is like the worst place to have the last collectibles to find. Like, yeah, even with infinite stamina, I still have to travel the distance, though. Oh, I forgot a pot up there, really? How do you forget that? Please tell me it's something off of Little Island. Thank you. It's closer, at least. Jump, damn it! I am having no luck with that glide today. Oh, probably not gonna pass the fasted time. Okay, the race is one of the last things left. Oh, come on. I was just here. You can't make me clear out an area and then come back. I do wonder if they've got like a spam thing in this. I was just here. Oh, I'm getting a text. There we go. Okay, let's go. I forgot to do my 100%. I'm fucking annoyed that I do that every time, but I get so caught up in 100%. I'm just gonna make 100% category. No, is that... Then we're gonna skip? We beat it by a minute, but an hour 23 seems to be my time. like we kind of got screwed over a little bit there, though, by Jill's find some trash. Hour 22:16. I'm getting rid of 100% too. It's just 100%. Edit splits 100% once, not twice, because I don't remember to do it both times. Alright, so move segment, it's just a town 100% litigated. That's impressive. We got from the forest back to the town and watched the end cutscene in a total duration of 22 seconds. Right, and before I completely fudge up my splits again, I'm saving them. It's an okay run for something we were kind of chilling on, and for a route that I completely kept getting wrong. I had a hydrate from blue.
Don't drink and that's safe. Drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch.
So I'm gonna take
better
two.
drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink
color
water,
each
bitch.
and a tea time as
Drink
well.
water, drink
Thank you for paying
water,
attention
drink
to the Baron
water,
Empire.
bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water.
And go stretch. I'm at 5 hours? I'm like a quarter way through. Oh, stretch. I'm at 5 hours. Quarter way through is a little bit of an exaggeration. I haven't done a 20-hour stream in a while. But it was meant to be like a kind of joke. And then I realized I average like 10 hours, 12 hours. So it's almost a third, if not a half the way done. My average. But I do need to go and get a tea time. So, what a better time than right now before we do another run. I don't know if there's any mini game than just not using the menus. I would love to know. Honestly, it would be a very interesting strategy to rely on ragdoll, because you don't, if you can climb high, you don't need bubblegum. So climbing up the, things like going up the mountain, you naturally have the ragdoll flight. You don't need bubblegum to achieve it, you only need bubblegum to get up there quickly. So sticking with bubblegum and not getting other unlocks unnecessarily could be a thing. So then you've got the shop at the end with the Trash King. You've got the balloons from the owl are a backup. And then you've got the blaster from Andromeda. What else is there? There's just a ton of stuff you end up picking up. I need to think a lot more about routing. I like the forest route. I like how it starts. We got with the more thorough forest run though, clearing out the whole area. We did it in 20-ish minutes, 22:48. And that wasn't so bad. I was happy with that time. Small island in 4:32, trying to clear the whole thing and forgetting like 3 things was painful. The island did screw us over, so perhaps we're going back to my original theory. We speedrun island and quest 1, So we do that both as fast as we can. Bearing in mind we still need 1900 confetti to buy everything. 600 for Ragdoll. 500 for the shuriken. 500 for the bracelet. The ninja hat takes 300. But I think we can include pepperoni. We need to force pepperoni into the route. And I think what we're going to do is stick to my plan, first and foremost, because I made the same plan route out loud 3 times now. I think we're going to go the regular route, but we're not going to go straight to the forest through Billy. We're going to go Pomeranian back down to Rock. Then we're going to do Tourist. Then we're going to go Cliffside Penelope, the actual Penelope on the cliff. Up to Lunch Kids. Down to Billy, who launches us up to the tree. No, because, okay, the route I originally wanted to take was a bit different, wasn't it? I like the sound of that route, but the route I wanted to do was Tea Party to Penelope along the coast. Penelope, fucking pepperoni. I will never get that Stork's name right, will I? I actually don't know if it's a stork or flamingo. Saying that out loud, I don't know if they're the same animal. Storks are white, flamingos are pink, right? So the bug route can't change because if we do the Ninja Village mission, it's fade to black and the bug resets. Penelope's too far away, the bug would probably despawn and reset. But Penelope, look, her name's just Penelope now. The flamingo is called Penelope. What I want to do is probably Billy into Ninja Village, into Pepperoni. Honestly, probably clean up Pot Kids area. Pot Kids area is one of the more messy ones. I would just like to take my pace in that time instead of chasing the bug through. Which means the bug chase itself would be 2 characters. And it would also mean we do 2-3 loops. Actually, you know what would be a great fit into the... We could take Billy back up to the tree and immediately grab the camera, scare the bird, and then jump off the bird tree into Ninja Village. Before starting any of the quest for the tree. Do the Ninja Village stuff, go get Pepperoni, do Pepperoni's obstacle course, then Pot Kid, clean up that whole area next to Pot Kid as well as Ninja Village, then start the Forest Trees quest, run the bug around, get the other 2. I don't mind that route even though it ends on a loop twice. It's not so bad sounding. And I don't even think we executed that badly last time, we just didn't really improve. So, besides, honestly, I think losing 2 minutes to Jill's text message system, sending us back and forth a lot. Like, we were in the mountains 3 times. I don't know how to gimmick the text, because it is closest. But I don't know how to guess what I haven't got yet. And make myself closer to the things I missed. It's a bit of potluck. You're better off just being as thorough as you can be the first time, I think. Which is why probably routing a whole 100% route to just then do credits and cutscene in the same go probably is going to be the speedrun for 100%. But I'm gonna take myself on a short break. I need a cup of tea. And honestly, I could do with a bit of toast, but I'll wait. I'm not honestly unhappy with today's outcome. I said an hour 20 was going to be my aim, my goal, and we're almost there. I feel like because honestly, if you think about it, if I spend, let's even say if I spend 10 minutes both for people and 10 minutes for scrap, and then don't need to go hunting for it afterwards, I think I save myself time. If I just allow myself that allowance of extra time before I get access to Jill's phone and Avery's megaphone. The less I have to do after credits, the better. I mean, I'm just reaching the conclusion I thought people were going to have for the super refined runs already. It seems like you want to do it all first, as quickly as possible, as soon as possible, before you leave the area. And you get the phone and you get the megaphone simply as a way to go collect anything you actually did miss in a run. My other theory, and technically I think the fastest run I've had today, was running bracelets, getting 1500 scrap, run bracelets, and then teleport everywhere on the map as soon as you need to. Basically just abusing balloon ragdoll. Flying at Mach 3 everywhere. What you could do is start each of the quest zones, collect a bit of scrap, start each of the quest zones. We could actually, you know, we got pretty close to 1500 scrap on the starting island alone, doing all the races and everything. So the chests, all of the pots, everything got us, I think, just over 1,000 by the time we were leaving the small island. Collecting the extra 400 pieces as you go to like the tree, then to the windmill, then to the cliffs, probably wouldn't be too big of a stretch. So rushing bracelets and then getting everywhere on the map as fast as possible, because there's a fair amount of traveling. It's quite a noticeable difference between when you first start out having to run everywhere and when you finish just flying back up to the cliffs and back down again in a quarter of the amount of time. So there's something to be said for perhaps maybe actually getting time saved from using bracelets as soon as you can. I mean, it's one of those things, you gotta justify it being worth it to do over getting anything else done. Rush bracelets and nothing else, and then do the game. But the payoff is meant to be that you no longer have to like walk anywhere or slide anywhere, glide anywhere. You can just fly there at Mach 3. I think my next run is going to be a bracelet rush. We're going to try and take the Star Island slow again, clear things as we can. Not every little piece, because we are going to come back with Jill's thing the moment we beat the quest. The town. I think what I'm going to do, we'll do island thoroughly, but not entirely 100%. We're going to guarantee leave some stuff there to come pick up later. But I want the treasure chest, I want both of the races, and I want to go up the Pomeranian cliffside, which is a little slow with only one bracelet, but it's not so bad. Then Pomeranian, we get the guy who fell into the rocks, we clean up all the pots and pans and spikes near him. Make sure we don't miss the skeletons on the way up and over. Then we talk to the Pomeranian. Pomeranian down to go skip rocks to tourist. Then you would take tourist over to Billy to the cat taking the photo. I think that, I'm gonna try that. I need to write these down. That's what I'm gonna, my split's eventually just gonna be instructions for me. Like, go here, tick, go here, tick, and I'm just gonna have to keep checking it to know where I need to go next. But I did a quick break, so let's go get myself a cup of tea. What? No. AFK music today is not going to be Skatebird. Oh, so appreciation for the time split not being part of the Be Right Back blur, but hey, you win some, you lose some. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea. I'll be right back. I want to try and remember that route. Just be thorough on Starting Island, but not complete it. Pomeranian, Cliffside, but then we don't do Pomeranian until after we clear to the left of Pomeranian Cliffside. Although, we have to go back there for Velma anyway. Should we just go straight to Pomeranian? It's not that out of the way either way. And I think clearing stuff early is worthwhile purely because you get paid. So that's going to be my justification. We'll try that route first. I'll be right back. No more than 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. And good morning, America. Good evening, London. I think. Good afternoon, everywhere else. I think. Just something like that. I've arrived with my cup of tea and a dried apricot bar. So, current theory, one of two things is going to win out here. Visiting every location only once, or visiting... Okay, can we just take a moment here? Hang on. What island is that? What island is this? Let me get that off the screen so you can see too. Hey, super welcoming. So, we could take a break and just try and break a few things. I know this is meant to be Big Island. So this is the playground. There's the swing set, which means playground town. I'll walk over there because I'll start dialogue and end the area. But playground town, I would love to get access to like a dev mode where I just out of bounds explore. So the town is meant to be over there though. But there's a giant cliff in the way. I get the feeling that this is meant to be warped perspective from Baby Gator. But it's hard to say. It seems like there's no dream barrier sequence in the way here, but there's definitely physical barriers in the way here. Can't get close enough to Big Sis without getting dialogue. And it looks like you just can't jump over there. Okay, that's got invisible walls. I imagine this place is packed fairly close tight. This is not the place she's... Okay, when do you have the nightmare? That looks like where you have the nightmare and where you go down the brambles. No, okay. This is Dream Sequence Island. But with different stuff. Because in Dream Sequence, you come up along that path up here. And then there's platforms. I think you climb over to... Not that platform there. There must be a different platform because it's just staircases straight here. In fact, they lead right here. I think this is a modified version of Dream Sequence Place. We don't have the balloon yet. We don't get the balloon until we start the regular game. But I'd be curious to know if I did break out of bounds. See, my original curiosity wasn't even that. My original curiosity was what the island was over there. If it's small island... Hey, Finn. So that is clearly an island. You know, looking around, I'm also very curious It's hard to see over the horizon through the trees. But that's definitely something over there. Should we take a bit of a break and just try and break the game? I've already erased my 100% progression save. Oof. Okay, we're doing one more run. Then we'll break the game with that save once we're done. But I want to know where this is, and I want to know where the dream sequence is. Bugger it! I can't mess about in a dream sequence during a run. Crap. I might have to gonna get rid of your guys' save. I think I may have to get rid of your guys' save and do like a mess about run through the story. Because I'm certain we come back to this spot. Everything is same as Dream Sequence Land, down to the tree being there. And I know you can phase through bits of that tree, because when you do come back here, you do have the balloon. And if it's the same area, it's modified for sure. But if it is the same area, you know what? There's a river there. Maybe we should just look out for that river and that will tell us if it is the same area. But I mean... how much is modified? Where do we draw the line? So... I think we do one more run. And then we do another one where we try and break out of the game, find out where we are, and just figure things out not related to the run itself. I mean, we don't have to do a run first, we just don't have the ability to break the game without getting 100%. I have a meeting coming up, so sadly can't stay, but wanted to pop in into your lunch and say hello. Well, hello. Hello there. Actually, that's my notification sound. But I hope your day is going well. I forget though. Like, for me it's only barely 11 in the morning. Not even yet. So, sounds weird to think about lunch break at this point, but I suppose on the West Coast you're dealing with almost afternoon at this rate. 2 p.m. nearly, actually. West Coast. So, you know, I just gotta remember time zones exist and then I'm fine. I want to try the new route before I forget the route. I want to try proper bracelet rushing. And I think we can get most of the money for the bracelets from the starting island. We can absolutely get enough for 2. And then it's going to be a matter of running the first quest pretty thoroughly. And we'll see where we go from there. But I want to try the new route. Our best for the first quest is 22. This will probably take longer. But the idea is that quest 2 and quest 3 will take way less time each. Maybe. We'll see. Because I basically just jump straight to wherever I need to go. But we'll do the run first. I may have to get rid of your guys' save down here at the bottom though. To go abuse the Dreamworld mechanic stuff. Because I don't think I can revisit. Story stuff you can't revisit. You have to just start from scratch. So one more speedy run. Don't you dare. That's the second time in a row I messed that up. Taking longer than 10 seconds to talk to Big Sis. L. Oh. I forgot my name then for a second. Wow. And then jump to loading. Snap. And there we go. Didn't miss the dialogue prompt. You think about it, why is there only 3 save slots? Because 3 is better than just 1, for sure. Ah, routing. Shoot first. And I suck. Alright, failed run. Absolutely trash fire start. Wow, but look, a couple of seconds is not going to make or break my times, let's be real. I'm 20 minutes short from the best run I've seen so far for 100% anyway. Like, my runs are nothing to write home about yet. We're 10 seconds slow by the time we got the shield. We're going up the mountain. It's just the route to do. Come on. What? And treasure? Don't you... Maybe this time I won't do like 7 things in a row wrong, hey? I don't want to just keep running bad runs. I need to actually do something good soon. Sub 120 would be like a highlight tonight. Jumping makes me faster on inclines for sure. Could be placebo. Don't think so. Pretty sure jumping uphill makes you faster. Not by much. Running downhill is faster though. Alright, this time we jump up like normal. We don't miss a jump. Look at that! Crazy. If you had ragdoll, falling would be faster, but running is faster at this point. Now the pot is faster. Look at that! 33 instead of 43. Oh, come on. Don't lose it all here. Minor time gains of like a second. Come on. Come on! Oh my good lord! Please! Now we don't fall off here. There you go. I swear. Nice! Good routing. Brilliant. But we're not going to clear out those slimes until we get the sword. You, though, we are going to go get. I am on a roll for pressing buttons that I don't need to press. Oh. That's that done. The longest cutscene in the game. If it weren't for this cutscene, we would be out of this island in sub 4 minutes. That cost 600 scrap to get. Is there anything here to get? There's the pots. With the glider. What else? I don't mind being more roundabout on the way down. It doesn't feel such a bad route as the other stuff kind of does when you change. And then we go down the long ways. It's like we're not doing time saving. Oh, I've got a sword. Hang on. We're not doing time saving stuff much at the moment. We're just doing collection-y. Oh no, hang on. I don't have clamber. We almost have enough to get ragdoll. I don't know if I'm gonna rush ragdoll yet though, because we're doing bracelet. And we have a chest up there, but we're gonna do this first. Alright. That's that. Then we're gonna go get the chest. Much slower. Because last time I turned in the quest and then cleared the island, didn't I? That's why it was a 20-minute quest one, not a 10-minute quest one, because we just... Right, there we go, that's island done. We're gonna run it again. We're gonna go to the challenges. Why are the slimes on fire? Who set the slimes on fire? Pots up there too. Wow, why do I do that every time? You would think 2 times would be enough to stop jumping over the damn starting point, losing like an actual whole second every time. No. I'm just not that smart, apparently. We have bracelet now too, so I might go get those pots. Is there any other pot we're missing besides that one? And we can break the pots on the way down, actually. And we got these slimes over here too. That's gonna be about it, I think. We'll leave the rest for later, because we got 1,000. That's enough for the first 2 bracelets. Or enough for the first bracelet and ragdoll. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna try that out. You only get 2 times, but hey, quicker than sliding, so... Pomeranian steps, here we go. dum, dum. Right. Oop. Forgot you gotta jump that. What? And there's a treasure chest around here somewhere. Ah, get back up, please. Thank you. I almost dropped back down. Oh, that would have been terrible. Okay. Survived! Lived it. One more pot? Forget. I've actually forgotten if there's another pot or if we did it. Well, fuck me, I guess. That's not climbable. Never mind, it's climbable. I am trying my hardest to throw this around, aren't I? Let's go get the bloody Pomeranian. Hello. Wow, I did a flip. This family of slimes never saw it coming. Alright, I think that's it except for these two guys. I probably can't get without the rock, so we'll be returning. Now, the one thing I did forget was that there's skellies up here. I want to clear these out as soon as I can so I don't forget, because I never come back to this area. I'm doing a very piss poor job of speedrunning bracelets, aren't I? Let's get back to that, shall we? So, it's Billy. Next. Come on. Get rid of these all I can. Next. What was off the cat? Do we just do a full-blown village? We do the bird into the village, don't we? Into Pepperoni. Remembered her name. Chirp chirp. That was a flub. But hey, so long as we scare the bird, it works. Alright, into village. You need 500. Spending a lot more than I thought, okay? Wait, give me those. Hello? That's that. From that, we would then go and clear. I'm gonna go clear up behind the village. There's stuff here. And then it's off to Penelope, right? Pepperoni. No. Okay, it's fine. Alright, and here's pepperoni. This is the family I missed last time. I so wish you would stop climbing things. I get if you're airborne, maybe you want to air grab stuff, but I just want the grab thing down to a separate button that I have to press so bad. Hello! Yeah, that thing, I can do that thing. I got shurikens. No way, come on. There we go. There you go. How's that? Too easy. Then next was this guy, exactly. That works out quite well. Alright. This area mostly cleaned up. The only thing I have left is a pot all the way at the top, right? That stuff can stay because that's for later. I think that's it then. We'll still be back here undoubtedly, because this place is the worst for seeing through the grass. Alright. Get off. Nope. Right, we're not climbing up to the top of the tree to get the second bracelet until after we're done, because we're launching ourselves off. Once we're done. We're doing the any percent route, going to get kind of any percent route. Come on, I'm just doing it so terribly and slowly you wouldn't even know it was a speedrun. That's all of the shapes. Next up. You know, I feel like this is the natural point to do the cliffside attack. Kind of is the natural point to do it, right? I've got the shurikens. Is that a sign? Yeah, okay. There's a rock down there. That's it. Ooh. Are you fucking kidding me? It was only a matter of time until that shit backfired, though. Point blank shooting into something, just turning me around. Alright, Billy. Now we talk to you, right? There we go. Shurikens and Billy probably aren't the best, but... Then we would come back up, we would do lunch club. Oh, there was two there. Anya for you. Well, slices for you. Chips for you. And we have the last shape. Next up is the bug. No, next up is... Almost forgot. Then it's the bug. I'll grab past it. I think I wouldn't forget these a second time around. Oh, is that done? And I hope you get a road record. We'll see. This new route, and I mean, the part where I said rush bracelets and then didn't rush bracelets is probably a flaw in my plan. But we'll see. So, now, have we got anything else over here though? We need to go talk to Penelope apparently. That's a big problem we forgot to do. Hello. Thank you for pink bracelet. Now I must not fail this. No! Okay, that's better than normal. There's my gum. Right, so what would be next? We go to the splash pad, right? Okay, if I'm gonna do that, that works. I need to use all but 1 or 2, depending on how high I am. Glide. Why's one done? God, I am terrible at using split. Did we even finish all of the quests? No, because we didn't talk to Jill. Thing I always forget to do. But hey, look, we got our 3rd bracelet. So it's kind of okay. I forget until I go to the mountains. I don't have infinite stamina, do I? Alright. Hello, Lucas. Oh. There's Martin. Need the shurikens back. Are you missing one? I am. Come on. Get off shit! Pet peeve is climbing on everything when I don't ask it to. Normally it's fine if you're trying to actually climb somewhere. I just want to walk past the tree. It's the most annoying thing. Oh. That's the splash pad done. I'm gonna go pick up Madeline at this point, though. Oh. Right, technically I didn't turn in quest 1. I didn't speak to Jill. This is quest 2. Got a pail on my head. Got a lovely bucket. Oh, someone gave me a bucket? I thought I'd wear it. Right, we have bubblegum. We have all but one of our stamina, so we're gonna come over here. Turn to go. And we're gonna fuck it up. Oh. Alright, well, at the very least, we've salvaged not going anywhere with cleaning this area up, I suppose. I know of stuff down here. For the love of all that is holy, you're not gonna make that. Of course not. No, of course not. I just love wasting time on speedruns. I have plenty of time to waste on speedruns. Purely because I am just bad at game. Like, at least when I do driving games, right? If I crash, I crash. At least it's cool to watch. But it's like a satisfying failure. I don't have to sit there and just not be good at a game. I think that's basically it. Alright. Though I do want to get this guy out of the way. He's easy to do. Getting very distracted from doing anything we're meant to be doing now. I still have bubblegum. Ooh. 3. I'll do that. We need to drop here. Stamina back. Let's go. Climb up. I don't know why I'm actually climbing when I have the balloon. And we're golden. Lovely. Jerkins. I accidentally did your quest pretty quickly. That's not so bad. That's that one done. I'm gonna go down skeleton way this time. Come on, Ragdoll didn't break you. Did we pull it down here earlier? Yes, we already got the pots. Cool. Besides missing a handful of things. Wow, okay. Where did I end up? Oh. So I could stop clipping into things. Oh, I never wore my ninja band. So I'm finding that I do have an inherent problem. Getting the bracelets inherently leads me to each quest location. Leading to each quest location inherently means you complete them just because you're there. doing that means that I now have to just go on a treasure hunt with the app. I haven't found Jill! Shit. Okay. Give me a sec. And there's a tea party I haven't done. Hey, Jill. There's the other quest that I forgot to turn in. Did everything but turn it in. And there's Jill back at town. Which is awkward, because we're a fair way out of town at the moment. But we can salvage this slightly. I'm going over to the bug. Get out of the tree. We're doing 40 minutes. Excuse you, I don't think I've made friends with you yet. I have made friends with you, apparently. And you're one I've forgotten, apparently, the last couple of times. Oh. It's all becoming a blur. Deer's name is Tanner, kinda dark. I think the deer might be the only character I never actually realized their name. I've memorized most of the characters' names, not all. Most of the main casts, mostly. You got Twig the Pomeranian, who I just call the Pomeranian. Eight. See, this is one of the reasons why I think rushing bracelets is kind of important. Because being able to do this, to get places, is basically the reason you do it. There's not much else to it. Just go somewhere fast. And that's like, that's the whole thing. If you can get everywhere super fast, the only thing I could probably do is streamline the confetti. So I only need 1500 plus ragdoll, which is 2100 total. Wait, shit. Tom! Why is yours not built? Cool. That's the town. Now we have the dream sequence. This is what I want to break. I want to just go through on another save and break this sequence. Because I want to know where it is. Just pure curiosity, not much to do with the run. Because when you start the game, doesn't look like there's a river here anymore. Okay. Terrible, but no, doesn't look like there's a river here anymore. We can break that more next time. I cannot glide as a little gator. No, I really can't. I keep trying, and I keep regretting it. We have almost 40 minutes to get 100%. And we can... I'm slow Naruto running, wow. And we have... I really do think, like, if you abuse the infinite stamina, you could do this quicker. The other thing is just doing it thoroughly once and not having to backtrack. But we have left so much. We got, like, kind of carried away clearing out some space, but we left the entire beach basically unpacked. We haven't even got the fluff ball or anything like that. Lamb and fluff ball are untouched. But we did clear out almost the entirety of the forest. We got pepperoni, the entire ninja village, which I do appreciate getting the info. So that's the regular ending. Now we just have to go get Jill's phone, Avery's microphone, find everything on the map, and do it all within half hour. Well, I say all within half hour. That's matching time. I've only got sub 120. If I can honestly get sub 120 with a certain strategy, it'll probably be the one I pick for a little while and continue with. But I need to do a hardcore plan my route for 1,000... No, I need 2,100 scrap. I can get close to 1,000 clearing out the starter island. Wherever I... Like, okay, 500... No, 1,100 if I want Ragdoll and the...
Don't drink and abstain. Drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is fuck, bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink.
That's the race. We're gonna do the race.
Water, bitch.
Kidding me? Okay, that's fine. Right. I'm gonna do megaphone actually again. That's Trash Man. Okay. So we have all the bracelets. What are we missing scrap wise? There, apparently. You know, this is where I second guess myself. Over there. I need to, like, get better at manipulating where I am to figure out what I've missed. It's a pot. And I need to not switch so much in this last sequence. I'm gonna have to get better at just climbing high the old-fashioned way. But this isn't so bad if we can keep stringing things together in a certain direction and not loop back. What I don't want to ever do is loop back. When did your errands for today? What's the speedrun update? We have beat the story. We're going for 100% now. The thing over there. Get up. But I am getting worse at that. Why would you jump off? Right. There. At least I'm kind of stopping the being bad part. We're not being bad at the game, we're just being not as quick at the game as well. Coming up. I miss my bubblegum. Every time I have to climb high, I miss my bubblegum. But it's not... honestly... besides doing stuff like that, I think menu navigation is gonna be one of the worst things I have to do with... for me. Like, I am just bad at navigating the menu. I'm gonna have to get, like, the giant black... what's a Windows 98 inverted cursor or something in extra large. Where is this bone that I always keep missing? There it is. You've finally broken board Valheim? Welcome to the cult. There are rumors that say when you buy Valheim, you never play another game again. It is good fun, though. And you're just in time for the new update. Because they've... I never did this area, or this character stuff. New update was a massive biome update, so there's another whole area that a lot of people haven't explored yet. Myself included. I haven't seen it. This whole area is basically untouched. You know, something else that would probably actually be super beneficial to time saving is gonna be shurikens and ranged weapons. Not physically having to run to every location, some parts of the map has to be worth it. Like, I run everywhere at the moment. Just not running everywhere. And sometimes pulling out the ranged weapons may be beneficial. Hello. 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 That was easy. What do we have over here? A couple of slimes. What's on my E? It's chill. Still. Alright, Jill, what's next? I completely left Skeletor Island alone. I hope I at least got most of the stuff over there on Skater Island. That probably means up here is untouched too. Apparently not. Do we have the retainer? Have we spoken to this guy yet? Where is he? We'll find him later. I don't know if we picked a pose. Oh, we've already found some trash at least, so we don't have to deal with that prompt. Hello. What? I don't have 10 pieces. That's slightly annoying. Trash pick and stick. Range 2 applicator. Mini trampoline. Annoying sticky thing. Disassembleizer. And the ancient gong. Now, where is that area over here I want to do? I don't need that. Robin! You're not forgotten to the very last! How do you feel to finally not be forgotten? I bet that's satisfying. Okay, Jill? Any more directions? There, hey, for a race? Nope. Afraid, Jill, you're wrong? Did I give Becca the retainer? No. Have I got the retainer? Glad I checked before I ran away too far. Also got Metal Hellsinger. Honestly, for the soundtrack alone, worth. Have you seen any Metal Hellsinger? I did stream it a little while ago. Well, I suppose if you own the full game, it's a moot point, but I was also having a competition for people who download the demo. If they beat 7.6 million on their first try on the demo, I'll buy them a copy. Got everything here? It's a pot. if you own the full game, I suppose something of similar value would work. Actually, I say that, I don't know how to verify the full game. So the demo has some menu UI changes on the demo when you do your first run. So before you do any runs, the menu will look different. There'll be one less thing that I can see, which is how I've been verifying runs. If you have a menu that says you haven't played the game before or done a run, then that was my verification tool. It's a bit shoddy, but it seemed to work for the most part as a verification system, so I ran with it. Did we get the scaredy cat out as well? Yes, he's not scared anymore. I'm gonna need ranged weapons here though, because there's too many flying guys. Ranged weapons for a bit. Because I need these guys out too. I also need to go speak to Samantha. Where is Samantha? Down there. Hello. Mind the wrench, but I still feel like the prehistoric hammer has more range. Can you please? Thank you. Cool. So you're playing a months ago? Oh, you may have seen me playing the demo back when that was what I was no-lifing. Sadly, the demo and the main game don't actually share leaderboards. I was so looking forward to actually seeing my score from the demo on the full game. Nope. I wanted to see where it ended up, but it's just a different leaderboard. And I get that because there were some changes that I guess couldn't be remedied for leaderboard competition. Where are my balloons? Better to slide into, isn't it? Out of the tree. Red car, welcome back. This is a speedrun for completing the game 100%. I need shurikens back again. And not to throw them into the ground. Need to go down there for the boat. Down, bum, bum. Did I talk to the owl? I think so, right? Maybe I should do a friend megaphone just to make sure. And it takes so long. Okay, where are we heading next? Jill? Okay. You don't have a quest marker, you're good. We haven't got the bomb guy again. Second time we've forgotten him. Nice. Jill, that's the last ability back. So where is there a marker up there? Don't tell me. Down there. Okay. Blue slimes. What about those? Hello. Hey. A little overeager there. Higher? No. I just missed one. done that race yet. I need to get away. What? Come on. Don't be dirty like that. Would have just been quicker to climb up, honestly. This is the thing, if I take that timer, we're done with the mountain. Almost. Right. I thought I'd already done this, and I suck at that now. Don't like how bad I suck at gliding these days. Just today. I was fine at it yesterday. I missed one of the turnips in the leaves. See, I don't like this part of the map. Not that I dislike this part of the map, it's just I can't see. I can't see what's on the ground. I look up, I can't see what's in the sky. What am I looking for? I think I came in trying to find chests, and when you said I missed one, I asked out loud what was missed and started looking around. What game? What game? It has... We're back at the mountain, apparently. Risk a rain too. Oh, for the love of all that is holy, can I just get once? Nope. Apparently I'm not allowed to today. The day I need it the most, I'm not allowed. Where am I going? Where am I going? The race? Damn it. Oh. Give me a text message. I swear. I'm back to wasting time with this at the moment. This one's smiley. I missed earlier. Right? Oh my lord. I'm flying over these shits and not picking them up, and it's giving me different shits in the same direction, I swear. Where am I going? I will just never glide again, apparently. I might as well stop trying. Down there? I'm just straight up never gonna glide again. Wow. I have been wasting so much time in just bad movement today. A ridiculous amount of time wasted in bad movement. Look at that! I just drop out of the sky. It's me. It's 100% me. I refuse to believe that is a mechanical fault of the combination. It's me. There is no way you can go from doing something consistently okay with a few drops to just not levigating at once. It's user error. I don't believe otherwise. It's user error. Otherwise, it would just work. I'm not doing anything too crazy different. Except getting frustrated at the fact I can't do it anymore. It's a slime. All by himself. Oof. Oh god. Get up. I waste so much time on movement. Did I miss a pot up there? Oh, that's a different area than what I thought it was. And bones. And a bone again. I've been... Can you fuck off? I've been here! Twice! Is that it? Is that every fucking bone in this area now? I give up. I give up. I give up. The fastest way to travel in this game is not possible for me today. Just straight up, can't do it. The fastest way to travel in the game, can't do it. Why? Because I need to do it. What the hell is this flip? Oh, you're fucking kidding me again? On Tiny Island? I forgot to come out here when I got the thing again. Where is it? I was meant to come straight here when I got this stuff. That's 100% user error. Which is like the summary of today. What went wrong? 100% user error. We still have a person to find somewhere to get the smashy pot. Like, okay, so this is the worst thing about today is that I haven't found anything out. Getting the bracelets early could be beneficial, but not for me, not today. I can't land a single fucking glide. If you can actually land the glides, then sure, getting bracelets would probably be super beneficial. Can't do it, so I don't know if it's worth it. I can't even prove to myself if some of my own strats I wanted to use are worth it. I've done nothing but just post shit times. And that's frustrating me, because this is now like the 4th run where I wanted to test something to see if it gave a significant increase in time, decrease in time, and instead of finding any of that out, instead I'm just fucking up and posting the same time on loop. It shouldn't be so difficult just to do this. Never mind. Can't fucking do it. I am actually cursed. I'll turn stream off and I'll get like 17,000 of them in a row. Can't do it at the moment though. Actually recording times at the moment. Of course I can't do it. It's the worst Murphy's Law tilt I've ever seen. And we're probably gonna end all of our loot on this island and I just have to hope that the person we need to find on the megaphone is close to the town. Where are we going? Where are we going? Pot. There's more. What's our old time? Can't do fucking single glide. It's like the whole strat I was testing is bracelets into glide everywhere because it's a time save. And I just fall out of the sky every time. Every time. Look, honestly, I had better luck a day ago spamming. I spammed that shit and I could fly further than I flown at all today. It's been stupid. We got 2 minutes to find the last person. Who is it? Is it Trashman? Oh, go away so I can pull that bubblegum, please. No, we've already done Trashman, so who is this? No, spamming, it's not working today either. Alright, who else? That's it, like that's the run dead. I've killed my run. I don't know if any of these strats are good because I can't execute any of them. I've not got a single glide at all today. And yeah, it didn't seem super consistent, but it at least seemed to land more than like once. In 7 hours. Is that Samantha? Did we not report back to Samantha? Backtracking is the next thing that's killing me. Because the cutscene alone is going to take us over time here.
Drink water, milk. Still, your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is fucking fit. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water.
You better hope the cutscene plays in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Never mind. That's it. We didn't do it. Oh no, heaven forbid. All of the time I spent dropping out of the sky for no good reason. Heaven forbid that couldn't have saved me 2 minutes and got me a sub 120. Like, this is the same reason I get annoyed at any leaderboard game, is because I'm the fuck up. I'm the thing that's not getting anywhere. Could be a fine strat, could be a good route. But I won't know. I'm never gonna know, because I can't execute any of that shit, apparently. Every time, it's an hour 20 of my life dedicated to not doing simple things. I get so annoyed. I have like 7 buttons in front of me. Base, QE, WASD, F. And I cannot press them in a particular order to just do things in the game that I know I can do. That's the salt on the wound too. I spent all of yesterday doing this shit. Can't do it today when I'm timing it. I mess around though, I'm fine. We're perfectly fine messing around. Can't do it when you need to though. The performance pressure. Okay, yeah, great. Can you type something? Can you type literally anything? Go away, please. Look. Just get it over with. Get it over with. Get it over with. Come on. Starting to think rebooting the game would have been quicker than waiting the cutscene out. Come on. There you go. Look at that. Was that so hard? So it actually takes like 6 seconds or so to do the loading screen. It'd be worth pausing for. But without the auto splitter, I don't know. Like, I mean, eyeball it. You could see if I was like cheating for much time if I paused it manually without the auto splitter. I don't know, falling without ragdolling doesn't seem any quicker than walking speed. Complete placebo that it's faster running uphill though, I'm sure. I mean, okay, no, it's regular speed jumping up. Compared to walking up at a slower pace though. It probably is faster. Because when you walk uphill, it's slower. Oh, for the love of goodness. Get up the thing. Can't even do the start fine anymore. Actually, fucking Jesus! I'm thrown every run today. I've actually thrown every run today. There hasn't been a single run today where I haven't just thrown at least 15 minutes down the drain. We're going for good old-fashioned, just play the game in regular order. If we're going to be jumping across the map to find stuff after the credits roll, then it's going to be to find like 4 things total, not for a whole 45 minutes like we did last time. We're going to play old-fashioned way and just clear the area as we reach it. I am at my wit's end at the moment. I have spent a week playing this game, and today alone I've had issues doing any of these mechanics. Today alone! Good time for Martin. Now let's not fuck this up, shall we? Wow. Crazy, you can do that first time. This one I don't often get first time, but there's a weirder angle to it. I don't mind missing that one occasionally. Gosh, that's that guy. Get the slime hatch. Get the ragdoll. Come on, you can do it without point blank bumping into shit. It's not hard to right click. Crazy. Oh, that's that. You would think with 50 hours of doing nothing but these mechanics non-stop that I would be okay at them, considering I've been okay at them for the past week. Right, is Ragdoll unlocked? Like, the only thing we're not doing thoroughly is going to be the starting island. We're rushing that. Terrible. But I just need sub 120. And the problem is, I don't think sub 120 is that crazy. I've just been watching myself throw it down the drain on loop. Come on. Bracelet man is end of island. We'll be back. I actually have to remember to come back to the island, though. Now this is just gonna be thorough. Just play through, smash everything that we see as we see it. Although, without... So, Rock will be on Q unless I switch it, because I haven't purchased Ragdoll yet. Oh. They actually released a new level for Skatebird not too long ago. I haven't played it yet. Right, there's a pot somewhere here, isn't there? No? Shite. Oh, for the love of God. Jump. Jump. Jump, jump. Land on twig. Thank you. I don't know how some people can do the same stuff for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, trying to perfect the craft. Okay, so I say that, but I can kind of understand if you're not absolute dog shit at doing things. Like, I do watch a couple of speedrun streams, and yeah, they do pick stuff up pretty quickly and don't suck at it for the next 7 hours. So for them it's probably not so frustrating to put like a day worth of effort into figuring out strats and stuff, because they just execute the strat fine and don't sit there for 7 hours failing to even find out if a strat's worth running because you just can't do a simple mechanic thing. That's probably the key difference. When they screw up, it's a lot less frequent. And probably isn't constantly every run. Oh, come on. Going through, smashing everything we can, not leaving anything behind. The normalest of 100% runs that I can think of. I mean, we know we can beat the game in half hour. That's never been a problem. The problem is then spending the next 40-50 minutes actually making progress anywhere. You have all of your bracelets, you have all of your stamina, you just have to press buttons in a certain order, and you get access to the fastest movement mechanic in the game. There. There's one up here too. The rock seems a little more reliable than shurikens. Did we get pepperoni? Rock. Shite. It's actually the quickest I've done that today, I think. There we go. That's that one done. Ninja Village next, I guess. Hey look! We've never actually seen him over here sulking before. I usually just throw shurikens at him from afar. Where is that blade? There they are. Oh. Hello? We have the turnips over here that I can't forget about either. No. No! Buttons in the right order. You just slide. You just slide. Then you press space to jump off the slide to get more speed. Like this. Not pressing them in the wrong order. Or pressing space twice in a row makes you pull out your glider. Simple button inputs and I can't get them right at all today. Oh good. No, I meant to fall off. No, I meant to do that too. It's all part of my master plan to just never actually post a time and get really fucking angry at myself for the whole day. Could you imagine making lasagna every day of the week? Like you make it perfectly every day of the week. Sometimes it comes out a little burnt. But every day of the week you've made great lasagna. It's been awesome. You've made lasagna, it's been cool. It's tasted great. And then on the day that you invite people over to taste your great lasagna, you forget the cheese sauce, the pasta, and you don't cook it. Because I've done perfectly fine before today. I'm not even doing like stupidly bad. I'm just completely throwing any chance I have at actually figuring out if any of these strategies are worthwhile. Like, oh, rush bracelets so you can move fast. Then I spend the entire game never abusing bracelets at all. I keep dropping out of the sky instead of ever actually utilizing that entire reason for rushing bracelets. Like, this has gone from just bad pathing and bad routes. It's just straight up bad. Because I did a couple of runs earlier. I did any percent, like half hour. And yeah, that was like my first run. It was like, fine, whatever. Any percent in half hour, I can live with that because I can work on it. But at this point, I'd be doing any percent in like 40 minutes or an hour or something. Got all of them? I want an apple. I want chips. Speaking of lasagna. We haven't got this bit down here, have we? Hello. We should be, if we're just running around, we should be having this thing out anyway. A couple of days ago I thought I'd be fine getting a 20-minute or a sub 20-minute any percent run, but the way I've been playing today, I'm only ever gonna get worse than the first time I posted. I can't even swing the fucking weapon. I didn't get your cheese wedge because I'm on a roll. It wouldn't be a run by Board Brain if it wasn't completely thrown halfway through for no reason. Good 30 seconds time save there in the opposite direction of what save means. We also didn't actually go speak with Penelope again. Oh no, I love that. That's the second time I've done that today. Can I- look, at this point, I didn't start abandoning runs before I put the whole hour's worth of effort in. Cut my losses and run. I don't even know, where else do we have left to go? Penelope, clearly, but... What? Why are you not in the tree? Do you not appear in the tree until... Okay, this run's absolutely fucked. I don't care. We're rebooting this one. But do you not appear in the tree until after I talk with Jill? Because I genuinely didn't know that, if that's the case. Do you not appear in there until after? You don't. Okay, that actually didn't know. I suppose that makes sense because now the flamingo's here too. You watch. I'll give up. Yeah, okay, now Live Split is asking me, your times have beaten some of your best times. Do you want to update them? You didn't bloody well ask me that before when I posted everything as like 0.3 of a second. Yes, I would update my best segment, but not my best run. What's my best hypothetical? Best segments, best split times? What's the difference between those? Average segments. The best segments. Wow, okay. So, admittedly, I don't have a lot of structure to the live split. I don't believe I actually have posted a theoretical best of 1 hour. But this seems to think I have. Hold up, no, wait. This is since it's been reset. 4 minutes 20 on Small Island is my best. Quest 1 in 19 minutes we just did. Quest 2 in 24, Quest 3 in 33. And then Town in 37. The average I've posted is 30 seconds away from beating an hour 20. And my last run was an hour 22. My personal best is an hour 22:16. But it seems to think theoretical best is an hour in the last 3 runs we've done. Admittedly, I did cut. So, if I was doing actual any percent, I could do Quest 1 in 10, Quest 2 in like 15-ish, and Quest 3 by 20 minutes in or so. That was what I was getting when I was running any percent the other day. It took me about 20-ish minutes to do the story, and then it was a matter of doing the final chapter before a half hour. But I wasn't getting bracelets, so I had to actually like run everywhere and walk everywhere. And that was before I realized the ninja headband. Like, this was a couple of days ago. I didn't realize ninja headband actually improved your move speed by this much. Look, I still think theoretical best I can get with any percent is 20 minutes or less. Slightly under 20 minutes. My best so far is a 35-minute run. And that was with me way overcompensating for confetti at the second quest marker. I kind of want to do half an any percent run real quick, but I would have to change leaderboards because it's going to throw out the split timer here for 100%. Because the reason I haven't done quest 1 in 10 minutes on 100% is because I'm going over and completing the entire Ninja Village. I'm doing the Penelope crash course. I'm getting the camera guy here. Any percent is like the bare minimum. You need 35 friends? Bare minimum? So... as far as routes go, I need balloons. Still not able to do that with the timer off. Why am I collecting stuff? You know, I'm kind of glad that... Yes. Oh, so that's what I was doing wrong. To get over there is from the windmill. Going down here, I'm never gonna make it, because it's not the same route. I wasn't even doing that the same anyway. Please stop turning around. get infinite stamina, and we're gonna practice how to glide all over again. Mechanic I have done perfectly fine. You can just stand on these guys. I don't know. Oh yeah. Oh, of course I jumped. No, that's fine. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Love it. Stop! The timeout on that is driving me insane. The thing is, here I thought this would actually be the cure to yesterday's bad day, and I'm just gonna be streaming for like 40 hours. We did it! Oh. So, do you think we can make it to the ocean without hitting the ground? Reasonably well, surprise. Nothing up here until you talk with him. Oh, be free. There you go. What do you need? Just the 3 main quests? How many have we done? I don't even think we've been to the splash pad yet. I was just gonna test if I could glide, right? So let's go to the splash pad gliding. Like, painfully well. Great. Do you think that I can execute that if I restart the run? I mean, no, because if I restart, it's gonna be boring. We're doing front to back 100% in the base plain ass way, which is just doing everything as we find it, thoroughly. If we never have to backtrack, we don't need that glide stuff anyway. But the only reason I meant, like... that was a compromise, because I couldn't even get glide to work on the time where I rushed bracelets. At all. We had almost 50 minutes to get stuff located and find out where it was meant to be and collect it all. And it took us a whole 50 minutes. No time improvement whatsoever on an almost half-hour run where we were still collecting a lot more things on the way. Any percent leaves a lot behind. You just sort of don't do a lot of stuff. We were doing extra missions, extra people. American. Wasn't so bad, but what time was that? We won't know. Seven seconds ain't the worst. So, I suppose we're just gonna stop practicing gliding. We have infinite stamina, so gliding is just a matter of going up. And you wait out. Timer. There's gotta be like some cooldown timer for it. So the text explanation I first read was that you wait for the trail to come out the back, but it does seem very specific timing based. What else am I missing? I don't even know what I'm doing in this run at the moment. Suppose we can go exploring in the dream sequence. I don't really have any motivation to find much out about dream sequence at the moment. One side quest is not exactly on my mind. Because I've spent 8 hours doing the same shit and fucking it up every time. I mean, no, not even the same shit. I've tried different things. Every time I post an identical end time despite completely different sequence times. Each split will be entirely different. But then one run, I'll come back to this spot 6 separate times to clean up 6 separate bones. Like for some reason I left that one there last time. Smashed the other one next to it. Then this one. And then I went and talked to the trash man, came back. There was one right here. There's a certain point where no strategy can save your run if you're just bad. I am at that point. Like that. We just cleared this out. The family of purple blobs. If this was a run, I would have had to come back for one blob. I don't understand why my day has been so cursed. Me, I'm cursing my own day. I don't understand why simple things are completely impossible for me to manage today. This bone has been forgotten almost every run. Every single run, I forget that bone. Except one, which was the last one. You know, that's something I haven't got wrong today is bouncing on the ropes, really. Is there much else I have to do? Honestly, it's just... I can't get over the fact that I don't have an answer for any of the things I've tried today. Because I have failed miserably at actually executing any of them. Normally, by this point, after running the game 5 times in a day, you trying different strategies, you would go, this one seems to work the best, guys. We should stick to this strategy. Instead, every single time, I have just been wasting time messing things up. The only inclination I have of anything being better than other strategies is purely the fact that some of them had more time wasted than others. That's it, that's my only clue. This one I had 40 minutes to waste, and I wasted 40 minutes of that 40 minutes. This one I had 20 minutes to waste. That's like the only clue I have. It's a weird thing when I'm considering just actually doing an any % run to like chill out. Considering that all of the logic behind that thought is that, oh, I don't have to do any of the stupid like late game tech. It's just running there, doing a thing as quickly as possible. There's like a little bit of early game tech with climbing up the mountain, that's about it. Don't have to do that. Don't have to worry about getting everything or missing stuff. I just need 35 or 25 friends, depending on what I forgot. I think 25. But at least on any percent, I just need to like play the game just really quickly in a kind of perfected method. But I mean, okay, any percent I've got like a best time a half hour. I think I could do better than that. actually sounds appealing to me. After a day of this, I am actually considering competing with a 15-minute any percent one to be more relaxing. I still have a hunch that getting bracelets as quickly as possible and traveling around the map as fast as possible could be a shoo-in early on. But if I take a month to actually bloody well execute that stupid strategy, doesn't matter how good it is. Someone's gonna come up with something better or just do the game more thoroughly, actually paying attention to where everything is. Because I figure 100% would just end up very similar to any percent. You wouldn't need the bracelets except for like the accidental stuff you forget. But again, the good runs aren't gonna have stuff they forget. You're just gonna do the same route, basically, to my knowledge. I don't think it would change. You would go... You would go forest first. You would clear the forest, probably in a very similar manner. What would change is how you travel between zones. Because you have to get pepperoni. You have to clear the ninja village. There's a lot extra you have to do in each area. My whole goal was just trying to find out if there was even a benefit to running bracelets. And I don't know. I don't know if there's a benefit to running bracelets, because the only time I actually got a good time, I wasted 40 minutes not actually being able to abuse the reason you get them all. I don't know I have enough energy in me for another few runs. Not if they're all gonna take an hour. I need to get better at the planning phase. The problem is... My problem is, short of not being able to execute, backtracking. I need to figure out a way to reliably use Jill's tech system so that I'm... Well, honestly, you know what I probably should do? We've got challenges all over the map. 2 on the short island. Go over to Billy up into the tree. Run around, do the quests over the tree. Then do the challenges. Then I would go over to... The challenge is rolling back on yourself is what's going to be a bit of trouble. So we're gonna have to do challenges as we need to reach areas. The tree has one that goes back down to Billy, which we need cheese triangle as well, but we could take the challenge down. So Bug and the challenge are in a similar area. Routing, like finding like a good route for 100% is eluding me. Everything sounds okay because it draws a line through the zones and collects a lot of stuff on the way. The route I want to run. Small islands in about 4 minutes 30 because we want to get ragdoll. We don't want to come back for ragdoll, we want to have ragdoll. So it's 4 minutes 30 for small island. Coming up the back. You run in. Do you hit the wall first, then... I guess. Smack the wall first, and then... Shield jump. Nope. It's difficult to test because I have the climber now. Alternatively, it was just that. That doesn't work so good. Is it the angle? Or direct? Possibly. I don't seem to be able to get this the same way other people are though. That's why I normally come over here. Get this chest over here. Just always seems a little risky. But going like that doesn't seem so bad. And then it's jump, hop. No. Okay. I didn't even think about the fact that the headband is gonna help us out here for movement wise. Do you think the headband is like negatively affecting anything? I never ran... Okay, so I never ran headband super common, like frequently like this before today. But anyway, route is small island, side of the cliff, free the giraffe, you get the shield, you gotta get the glide down to the sword, talk to sister, then you have Tom text you, and Tom's like, where are you? Come over, so you fly over to the other side to Big Island. I think talking to tourists first is okay. I would want to collect this stuff, and this skeleton face here is something I keep forgetting about. If I don't see it, I almost guaranteed leave the skeleton thing there. I think the route is still going to be Pomeranian Cliff. Up the Pomeranian Cliff. That takes a while though. But you get up here, you talk to this guy. Then you go talk to the Pomeranian. Like, it sounds like a fine route, but I run it and I throw away 15 minutes of the run anyway. So any time save that could have been gained is moot. I don't see it reflected in the split times or in the total time. But I think Pomeranian, clearing out a little bit of Pomeranian's area is fine. You actually have to go upside down there. From Pomeranian Cliffs. So from Pomeranian Cliffs I would come down, I would skip rocks. I would go see the tourist center. Then I think we skip the cliff battle. Oh, come on, please. I think we leave the cliff battle for later. Come along here. Talk with Billy. Billy launches us up. We clear all of Billy's friends in the sky. And we talk with the cat. And that's where the similarities between 80% and 100% I think are going to end, because we need to do a lot more here. We are going to have to go back for Penelope at some point. But there's a fine line somewhere between doing too much and just enough to get the bracelets. Because I don't know if I can save time with them yet. And what's stupid is I'm more bloody well... making more progress sticking to hypotheticals than actually trying any of these runs out at the moment. I'm gonna have to put a pin in it. Shitty as that is, I'm gonna have to put a pin in it and come back to it later. Because I can barely keep my eyes open. Something I want to look at though. So, when you start the dream sequence, there's a loading screen after it. Apparently I dropped it again. At least I have solidarity with that. I had not magically fixed this yet. Okay, so basically there is some distinct architecture. There's some distinct geometry of the rocks from the dream world, but I don't see in any neighboring pieces of rock. So my current theory is that Dreamworld is underground. I think if Dreamworld isn't just straight up being loaded in somewhere else. I mean, there's no load screens, right? They're all pretty well hidden if there are any. So, if it isn't loaded in right now, I don't know where it is. Because I don't see any geometry on the horizon that looks like the dream sequence. It's got geometry like this, like you would know. You could even see Small Island over there as some geometry. If it's, and trees too. Anything more detailed than flat terrain would show up, even from this distance, I'm sure. In fact, we can test that. Yeah, you can still see trees on Little Island from all the way back here. They are loading out, but that's super far away. So, current theory is that dream sequence is below the map. But it's so foggy you wouldn't know. It really must just be timing. I think this is perfect timing required to get this glide hop. Do I keep? I'm gonna keep the save because we haven't done dream sequence yet, and I might start next stream off with dream sequence. Who knows? Wow. Well, that's kind of neat. Before you beat the game, it shows you raw numbers. We've got 2325 scrap and 38 friends. When you beat the game, I guess it switches to percentages. Or maybe after a certain point it switches to percentages. We'll keep it. I kind of want to keep a full bracelet save anyway. I could turn your guys' stuff down here into full bracelet. I'm way more open to having full bracelet. Because I vowed never to get the bracelet from the car salesman Wiggly guy. I just didn't. I almost like to prove a point I didn't need it. And I don't. But I proved that point. And it's fun to glide around. The blue book is going to be for resetting all the time. And I kind of might just want something to go in and break the game with and figure things out. So I'll probably just upgrade save 3 to have all 4 bracelets, and then we can keep using the blue book to reset. What a lame, absolute shit way to end though. Like straight up, you spend 8 hours of your life doing a 1-hour run, and every run you do takes 1.5 hours. And it's not like I didn't improve. I shaved off a few seconds every time, but that's just insulting. You completely change your strategy and you still can't beat an hour 20 no matter what. Either this game is designed too perfect. No, I'm not gonna make excuses. Right? I fucked up. I dropped the ball. I couldn't execute on any of the strategies I was trying. Rush story mode, get Jill's phone and Avery's megaphone, and then you run around clearing the map. Didn't work. We posted an hour 23. Then it was rush bracelets, at which point I kind of didn't rush bracelets. But I did get a pretty good time and cleaned up what I thought was a fair amount of the map. Until I had to go back out to Small Island because I completely forgot to clean up Small Island first, so I wasn't dragged all the way back out there. Close to end. And then the third time where it was rush bracelets, except that I could not pull off a single glide the entire hour I was doing that run. Like, I've spent 8 hours to accomplish nothing. It's just fucking racing game leaderboards all over again. You get to it, like, this is the problem though with racing game leaderboards. That is cream of the crop, right? I'm in like the top 0.02% of Project Cars Bathurst combination. That is improving on near perfection at that point. Like, yeah, there's a lot of time, literally, to gain. I think there's a couple of seconds, 10 or so, that I can gain in that combo. But 0.02% top of the leaderboard, or something ridiculous. Like, I think on that leaderboard I'm almost literally top 100. 180 or something. I've got a little bit to go, like 4 seconds or so, and I'll be top 100. But it's like, that is a whole day's worth of effort and you might show nothing for it. This was me just literally going, hey guys, what if I tried several different, completely different things to see which was faster, and they all turned out exactly the same because I couldn't actually commit to any of them or execute properly. Full of analogies, but it's like I wanted to take a truck, a coupe, and a Formula 1 car all out on track, and all of them posted the exact same time. You'd go, well, surely the Formula 1 car is faster, but what proof do we have? It posted the same time as the truck. Like, yeah, it might be faster, but I don't know. I don't know how much faster, and that was what I was trying to measure, is how much faster. It may still well be the best thing we've got. Bracelets was my idea. That was what I thought would be significantly faster. And admittedly, we finished like a whole 40 minutes ahead. Story time, credits roll. And then it was after credits, we just shit the bed. We couldn't get anywhere gliding. Like, the one trick I had up my sleeve couldn't do it. It was like the whole point of that run was so I could get basically anywhere on the map within seconds. So then I just abuse Jill. Even if she does say go across the map 7 times, that's not a terrible time loss with the bracelets. That was my whole plan. Basically, speedrun bracelets, then story, then clean up the map as quickly as you can. But when I can't do the as quickly as you can part and I just dawdle around on my feet instead of flying around like I'm meant to be, yeah, it kind of sucks, and I'm gonna complain about it because I've not had any of these issues for the past week that I've been playing this game. It took me less than an hour to figure out how to climb up the mountain to Avery and get his glider without the bracelet. Like, it took me less than an hour to do it, to figure it out from scratch, playing the game, booted it up. I slid up the mountain with my sled and my sword and got Avery's glider without taking a bracelet. Today I struggled to get up the mountain 3 times. I don't understand why I can't press 7 keys in a specific order. To get the result I want when I know what order I need to press them in. A very long loading screen. I'm gonna have to start using pause there, because that is like 6 seconds again. We're dealing with 15 to 20 minutes of me fucking up. 6 seconds is not making or breaking these runs at the moment. But I should get into the habit. Because that loading screen was longer than the last few. What's the strat this time? Doesn't matter what we pick, we'll fumble it. Play through thoroughly. Just a regular thorough game where you don't leave anything behind. We're a little slow on Marvin there. Actually, do you think that was mostly the loading screen that slowed us down? Come on. Into the wall. This is the 4th time today where I've failed to get up this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, we're at 2 minutes. This is a 4-minute tutorial island. I don't get it. Like, failure to execute on almost every level, randomly. Not the same point. It's not like, oh, I failed to execute only this one thing and I can avoid doing it. Just failure to execute everything completely haphazardly with no pattern. That loaded pretty quickly though. We go. Up we go. That's the fastest I've ever done Marvin. That's actually the fastest I've ever done Marvin. Martin? One of those. Wow. You couldn't script this if you tried. This is the one I normally struggle with here. Okay, so that does seem more reliable. I'm falling off. So it's right there. Seems way more reliable. Oh. You can never clear that alleyway out in one go. Next up, Ragdoll. God, like, we are so far gone into, like, just sucky at the game territory that any time save anywhere could amount to just being the run. Me not cancelling shit that's meant to happen before it happens would also be great. Like, forget pathing, forget routing, can I just execute regular game mechanics, please? Alright. How did we do? Sub 4 minutes for the cutscene. What's that any percent for the tutorial island? Isn't it sub 3? Admittedly, they are seemingly a bit more rushed than I am. So that would be the point where we would either clear out the small island, but I'm just gonna skip straight to Pomeranian. We have the bracelet, level 1 bracelet. So we need 1100 for the level 2 bracelet and ragdoll. W being set. Like, it's gonna be, like, just singular seconds that I'm missing with W being set as my dialogue skip, but like, scrounging for literally anything at this point. I don't even know if I want to focus super hard on collecting stuff. Bracelet, ragdoll, and then just run the bracelet thing all over again, perhaps. Oh, for the love of... Get out of the trees. So we've got dash and Q. I think it'll be fine, right? Time wasted bouncing around doing things I don't need to. Speaking of things I don't need to. No. Speaking of bouncing around. Alright, Rock, it's your time to shine. Can't hit that one, apparently. I did this last time, but oh my fucking god. Jump on branch. There you go, boing. There you go, boing. There you go. Wow! And look at that. Thankfully. Oh! Threw it away. So obsessed with throwing runs. Can't even climb up the side of a fucking waterfall when you're given actual infinite ability to gain jump height. Really cool. Get up. Do we not have all of them? What are we missing? Just that one. Hey, wow, that's so cool. I'm just so dead. No matter what, I will consistently throw this game, and any chance I have at making any improvement or headway on any kind of information on the strategy. Not even just a good run. Just let me figure out what's faster. Nope. So obsessed with throwing that victory away. Information, not even just... I don't know what run this is. The blue pod somewhere, isn't there? Did we get that? We got Penelope already, so that's fine. We're basically setting up this side of the board game so that we don't have to return here. We would get the cheese wedge and call it a day. Down here. There's gotta be some stuff left over though. Like, leaving giant clumps of stuff seems fine. It's just leaving stuff scattered across the map doesn't. We haven't gone down to see Billy yet though. So now it's the cheese wedge. Just slide, please. There we go. I wonder if I could take this down. Oh. Is him done? Sure, oh. see. I want to run grassless percent. Get rid of all the grass as quickly as possible. Do you think that I could submit a speedrun that's already got grass modified out of the game? Like if I just remove all the grass from my game by default and then run any percent, you very much have an argument for that being an unfair advantage because I can see more than everyone else. Get up. I suppose the thing that would have to be decided on is it unfair, or are you just allowed to remove all your grass from the game? Because it would make this area so much easier. It would be a compensation for just not knowing. Because there would be people who could just effectively look like they can see through the grass, I'm sure. Alright, pineapple. Fuck. Jeez. Fuck. Real cute. Real awesome. Super cool. I am obsessed with throwing every run I ever attempt. No matter what, I will find a way to fuck up. That's what I know it from. Spyro, too. That's the sound the basses in Spyro make. Hug time. Right? I think so. The worst I've ever gone through that passageway. Oh lord, we're on a roll today. I can't even sled anymore. I can't even sled anymore. How abysmally sad is that? It's just literally no button prompt required. Sit on ground, sit on sled. Alright, chill. this time I didn't forget to tell you. So, now that I know that you actually don't get Penelope in the tree until afterwards, we're not gonna go waste time looking for Penelope. Just gonna jump up on the tree. We're gonna buy a bracelet. There we go. And we're going to actually, properly, genuinely, sincerely do that. Holy shit. I can't believe it. Bubblegum man. Thank you for the bubblegum. That is still slower than sliding. Oh. We're slow for any percent, but actually kind of like getting across the bubblegum man that quickly was neat. Now there's 3 guys up here. Get around, please. Oh, I forgot! We don't have momentum unless we have all 3 bands. The momentum is like specifically something you get with Infinite. Shit. Saved it. And 3rd band. No, that's the wrong button. Bracelet done. So, don't do that to me. Get on that ledge, thank you. Right. I hit you square in the face, sir. Alright. I missed everything there. Hey, Lucas. Pom-pom. Martin. I don't know, is there anything else here? No, just being careful. Get off. I think we're going to go rabbit. Below the rabbit. I don't have my stuff out. That much. There we go. Friends. Below the rabbit, it was so important. The eagle. Oh. I do know where the lamb is. Shit. Bull first. There. In you goes. Pencil dog next, right? Oh, soon.
Hello there.
Hello there! Welcome in, Shahujo. How is everyone? I'm doing like just a regular speedy run of this at the moment. It was gonna be Bracelet Rush, but I think it's just everything Rush.
Hello there.
Hello there! Wow, okay, hello! Welcome in, Jonathan! Welcome in, Bob. How is everyone? Alright. I will, unfortunately, so, what we're doing today, welcome in by the way, my name is Boardbrain if you don't know me. Welcome to the mess that is my stream, and boy has it been a mess. Right. So today, we're doing a game that I've been adoring for the past week or so, which is a little gator game. But there's some lovely movement mechanics in this that I quite enjoy. That I'm trying to put to the test to see how quickly I can beat every part of the game possible. So we're gonna go back down to the beach after this, I think. Oh, hang on. You there. Hello. If you aren't familiar with the game, I can summarize it in the crudest way possible. You're a little gator. You're trying to play a big game at the park, and it's the last day of fall and your sister won't play with you. Convince your sister to play the game with you by making friends with everyone in the park and making the game the best as ever so that she can't ignore you. TLDR. Gain friends, smash stuff. But I'm trying to gain friends and smash stuff really quickly. So that's what the timer on screen is there for. Oh, I've got all this stuff up here to get to, I forgot. So I am trying to sort of do the quests quickly and bracelets, which are stamina. If you played Breath of the Wild, some of the mechanics I imagine might look pretty similar. I think we got everything here. Oh, hang on. I need that. I do apologize, because if this is your first time seeing the game, dialogue skip does not make it easy to read or know what's going on. Oh, come on. Oh. Doing good, answer with a bang, meaning you died. It wasn't on the permadeath run, was it? You're doing a co-op permadeath run. Or was it just co-op Mistlands, no permadeath, no gimmicks to it this time? I'll admit to not having seen much of anyone's Mistlands content yet, because I'm still trying to sort of keep going through first-hand experience. But yeah, I'm getting a bit behind at this point, I feel. Most people have seen or done most of Miss Lynn's in its entirety, I imagine. Did Miss Lynn's things badly at the end? Oh, there's a whole bit down here. Alright, next we have these. Hey, Jada. Okay, this could sound like a really dumb question, but are magnolias trees? Because Jada says that it's a tree, and then says it's a magnolia, and then it looks like a flower. Come on. I need to go talk to Samantha over here. For anyone who actually knows, it probably was a very dumb question to ask, but Jada says it's a tree, and then I see a tiny little flower on a pond. But I think the hang-up for me is I don't know many trees that flower. But you'll see in a second. So apparently this is a tree, it's a magnolia. There it is. Next up, it needs sunlight. So we're gonna throw ourselves headfirst into this sign. And there you go. That's the magnolia. I was doing a perma alone, but with Jonathan we just play the Mistlands and die, and do it and also farming now. I need to go find myself a bed for the night. Magnolias are flowers! She said tree. How are we doing for time? We're at 30 minutes on quest 2. And we kind of haven't been slow poking around for other stuff either. This ain't so bad. I'm gonna curse myself just by saying nice things, aren't I? Cheers for coming in, Jonathan. If I had more free hands or a mod, I would have given shoutouts, but I've not been giving any shoutouts at all the whole night. Because I don't get free hands. I don't know, like, the legality of just pausing the timer to do stuff in VOD. Like, I don't know if I'd call that illegitimate, or... that look? If I were moderating, I don't know. Right? Just pausing to do other things. Like a proper pause, not just an auto timer pause. But I'm not gonna risk it. If I throw the run... well, that's the thing, isn't it? If I throw the run, but that could be minutes away. Right. What do we have? We have enough to do this. I'm gonna do this one now. Need to get some rest too. Just for coming in. Ooh, we can't talk to Avery. I'm sorry, Avery, you'll be back. There we go. I do apologize for the lack of courtesy today. There we have infinite stamina! Ooh. There we go. Quest 3. I do kind of feel like the less you destroy, the better off you are just with Jill's phone. But I need to see it in practice. Hypotheticals are great, hypothetically. Come here. You next. You third. I saw you back there. Oh. One down. Maybe I will just leave everything. Except for like a handful. Let's get this quest out of the way. That out, please. Oh. Ice cream. I hope you both get a good night's rest. Hope your stream was a good fun too. I really do want to go actually explore Mistlands content sometime soon. Seeing it from afar is kind of driving me nuts. Not to mention all the new materials and stuff too. But I know you're gonna need Yagloof done, and me and Blue haven't done that yet. I could kind of just boot up a custom world or whatever and just play through it, right? But wait. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Thank you. Andromeda Lost is actually pretty decent. Both Esme and Velma require you to get up and over the mountain again. Okay, so we have 42 people and everyone in the town. Some of the more annoying races have been finished. Let's talk to Tom. Sometimes I want to bind interact with spacebar, because I know interact takes priority. But everyone welcome in who doesn't know. It's a bit of a different night for me tonight because I am a little more distracted than usual. I'm probably a little less talkative than usual, except for when I'm rambling about me being bad at the game. I spend the whole week playing a game, love it dearly, you learn the mechanics inside and out, you even break the game, do things that I'm not even sure the devs do possible, and then crunch day, gotta actually put everything together into a single cohesive piece. Can't do it. Okay, here we go. This is the place I want to go exploring at some other point to figure out... Do we still have bubblegum? Oh, gorgeous. It's actually quicker on the sled, that bit. Right. Down we go. Come on. It's slow, but it's okay. Right. When Sis joins town, I'm marking town as done. But again, we've been here before. We've done a 40-minute town checkpoint. We've been here before. What needs to happen is me keeping it calm and cool and executing tech properly. Look at this though, 40 minutes flat for town. Come on, close the laptop, you know you want to. Oh, then we have like 2 minutes of credits. No! That's fine, I can do a couple of hydrates that I'm listed out on for the credits. Close it. Off you go. And we are still at it. I feel like we've both made progress and also made no progress whatsoever so far. Like, we've got town down to 40 minutes doing a bit of collecting. Now we just need to get the rest of the game with the geolocators, but I need to be thorough and not backtrack, because if I end up backtracking with geolocators, I'm adding time, not subtracting it. Alright. I think I'm just gonna finish off this water bottle. How many hydrates have there been? Probably at least 5. And then I've got the apricot bar that I brought back with me before. No crunchy, crinkly wrappers today. Sorry, Sparkle. And there we go. Now we need to do 100%. Baby mode. Jill unlocked. Avery unlocked. Ooh. Oh, time to eat. Use through hydrating. Alright, Jill. Go at it. That's the race. Maybe we can open with the race. We'll clean up this mountain a bit. No reason to leave stuff behind. Did we even do the tea party? Wow. I gotta stop right-clicking to cancel balloon because it goes into sled. That was very slow. Stuff like that is not helping me overshooting targets. I wonder if they'll ever release the OST for this song, for the game. You! Smiling away there? Hey! still have the hammer? Because I haven't spoken with the Trash King yet. I kind of want to keep the hammer for as long as I can. It feels like one of the better units. I did that race, then immediately came back here. Like the point wasn't to go across the map towards the forest to scan for more stuff. But apparently I've just left stuff everywhere. What I probably should be doing is asking Jill to make sure I'm not skipping things once I think I'm done with an area. That's probably the safest way to do it. Clear an area, then ask Jill to make sure it's cleared before you actually move on. And I just have to make sure I'm not moving too far away from the original location before asking Jill to make sure that it's all cleared. I do not know, by the way, what I haven't cleared. Like at this point it is kind of all a blur. I don't know if we've done the coastline here. Alright, Jill. You're up. Again? More? Did we ever go talk to Billy? I don't think we did. I definitely don't think we did that race next to him. If not, there's the race. We use that to get over to the mountains, I think. Makes sense. We didn't go turnip hunting either? Lord. I got those three, though. Always that extra one. Do you mind? You don't. There we go. Is that the race? Jill, that's the race again. I'm going this way, away from the race. Oh, there is more. It's up pretty high. Shadow Clan. I don't think I've got... You know, honestly, leaving this entire skeleton cliffside alone, probably the smartest thing. Not coming here at all. Because that way I can't miss anything. The whole cliff's just here. So I can clear it. Then I can tap that button and find out if there's anything still left. gotta stop cancelling abilities too quickly. Oh, you're not the... I thought you were the tea party for some reason. You're not. Okay. How are we doing for time? 'Cause I'll admit, I don't know how many people I've skipped. Come on. The trash. We missed the spear over here. Why is this the one spear? Every time I miss that spear. I'm starting to think it spawns in once you actually beat the game. But imagine if you could actually collect everything at momentum like this. Like if you just knew where to go, what to find. You could just skim across the map, hit everything, be done. Dreams. Maybe that'll be the tech that I need to learn. Playing the game with no stamina, flying from place to place non-stop. This area here is gonna probably be the worst. And then we've got... I think did we do Robin? I actually don't remember if we've done Robin or not. It's gotten to the point where I've done so many runs I can't keep track of what has and hasn't been done anymore. It's probably a sign you do need to pack it in soon. Did we get you? No. There you are. Did we get the board? No. Well, we're getting the board next, apparently. Hey, Jill. We did not speak to Billy. Good. And we have... Also didn't speak to Samantha. Sure, we'll call Samantha. It's over there. There you go. Hey. We have balloons. We have text message on all 3. Oh. What are we doing on time? Aye, come on. Yes, sure can. We're good, right? There's a point... unequipping the shield or re-equipping the shield is like 0.7 float. I don't... Wait, hang on. I don't know if float is engine specific or... Oh, apparently, wow. Rude. There's a timer on the shield for 0.7 float, but as far as what that actually means practically, I can only assume rent a physics frames or something. I know physics is tied to 30 or 60 FPS, I think. Pretty sure that's what one of the devs said. Come on. You honestly know it'd be way easier to memorize than where every piece of cardboard is in the map that I have or haven't hit. It's gonna be every person on the map. Because I know I've got the model coming up. Oh. Right. Oh. These little guys, apparently. Oh. Let's clear the purple and blue out. Right down here. And you've got the skeletons. The shadow clan. Purple guys. We haven't done this one yet, have we? Let's go over and clear this off. While we're here, we are doing Small Island, because I once again forgot I'm not leaving Small Island until it randomly pops up on my map again. Because it'd give me a heart attack, because it'd be like an hour 10 in, and then I'd be like, oh no. I know. Wow. Redoing a challenge timer. Bad. I also feel like I'm getting cramp in my hands. where's the wooden sword guy? Went to the RL in this. Went to the real life? We're still going. Yeah, there's a big tree guy there. Did I get the crate on top of that? I must have. Nope, I'm flailing again with that tech. Bye. Sometimes I'm fine and I've been okay for most of today, but I don't want to jinx it because I've got a good run going. Okay, I think I'm mostly okay though. Pottery around here. There's a pottery over there. The chest down here. I remember that one. I remember missing this one now. There's a crate over on the top of this mountain. Get up. Get up. We're doing okay. We've got the trash goblin king. We've got all of the junk left, I suppose. We haven't got all of the junk yet. I am actually getting like carpal tunnel or something. I've been pressing button prompts too frequently. Right, the side of the mountain here. Is that it? For the side of the mountain? There's the jug up here that I didn't get. These guys that I always miss. I don't mind spending more time in a zone so long as it means I've guaranteed got everything and I'm not going to backtrack. See, that's way more appealing to me. But there's a jug here. And a jug there. Okay, why are we now going back? This is where I do get a little annoyed with Jill's thing. Okay, it was these jugs. That makes more sense. That's back on Big Island, and that's the floating guys, so let's... That's back on Big Island too. Oh, so... Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh. What do we have over here? Is there anyone I've forgotten over here? Who are you? Who are you? Oh, ceramic guy. I know that guy. Then we have the trash panda. Just want to break stuff. How are we doing for junk? Down at the bottom. I'll live with that. Let's go get trash. Not trash panda. This guy. Oh. Next, I think the only last guy remaining is the trash panda. Now we're missing 3. Okay. I think we're going to do the race over to the other end. Trash panda's next, isn't he? No! Maddie! Right? No! Even worse. Not worse. Honestly, this guy's not the worst. Oh, that's him done. Gotta clear out all of these slimes, and then make sure there are no more Shadow Clan down in Esme's. My thing back. There is some. And some more. This one's just a challenge. That's fine. Are you kidding me? My own fault. Do it regular. You already had your stuff handed in. Good. I have phased through the ground. No question. Madeline! I'm back here! We've already got Madeline. Uh-oh. Robin! Did I not talk to you? Oh my lord, I cleared out Robin's cave. It's Trash Panda now is the only one left. Can we go see Trash Panda? I don't like holding W to dialogue skip and then having to WASD in the menus. Alright, there we go. It's everyone. Oh, back to Jill. It's up there. I'm so glad there's not a bone here at the skeleton yard. Is it this pot? Okay, I think we had one closer to us over here, right? Okay, I'm blubbing that terribly. What's it doing over there? It's the balloon popping that's making me cramp up though. Ah, okay. That was what we had before. Come on, next. Shadow Clan over here. What's that? Oh, this little thing. I forgot about this. Come on. Come on. That's the race. Is that it? We have to find out if there's anything on the other side of the map, I suppose. There's more. It's another race. Need bubblegum again. I for the love of it, don't drop this now. More? Are you fucking kidding me? What's the button? What's the button? I don't want to reset it. Come on, 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 come on. It's like barely any time saved, but I just want the privilege of saying I've beat a sub 120. The moment I see thank you on the screen. The moment I see thank you on the screen. Let's go. Let's go. 41, 42. Thanks for playing. A freeze frame. Done. 1946. Holy cow! Oh my lord, I cracked my head up that run. My thumb is actually kind of on fire. Alright. There you go. 1946 is my best run. Let's have a look at best split times. No, best segments. Best segment now, my theoretical best at this point is a 56 minute 35 seconds. Theoretical best can kiss my ass sometimes, but hey, we'll work towards it. I am just glad, even despite knowing nothing more about what tech to use or anything like that. I got a sub 120, which is what I really came here to do. I just didn't expect it to be a 10-hour struggle to get sub 120, but holy cow. Oh lord, I am starving hungry, by the way. Do you know I haven't eaten since like lunch yesterday? It's lunch today! Oh lord. I owe everyone an apology for getting so out of the loop today too. I've got calories that I haven't done, hydrates that I haven't done. I ended up turning off my sound alerts entirely because it was going to drive me insane having to listen to hydrates and everything else at the same time as I was so focused on this. I want to say it paid off. I got what I came here for. But maybe I'll do my research in my own time and I'll come here with the facts, the cold hard facts, on stream only from now on, I think. I'll mess about in my private time. Because that way if I get angry, it's not live, right? If I get frustrated at me spending 6 hours doing nothing, it's not 6 hours of your time wasted and you don't have to put up with me complaining. It's a win-win. What did it cost you? Everything. Oh, not really. About 10 hours. Been calibrating a tea time and all kinds. Oh, don't tell me you got a tea time in there too. I did 9's tea time, well, like 6 hours ago. I see, let me... Oh, you did? You Oh, okay. I owe you a cup of tea then. That means... Look, you know what that means though? That means I can't end stream. Means I have to stick around and go get a fresh cup of tea and come back with a fresh cup of tea and drink it on stream. You know what? I do owe myself a cup of tea. God! Subaru! Now I owe 2 cups of tea! I don't have 2 tea mugs anymore. I gotta wash the other one out. I'll be gone for like 10 minutes if I do that. Holy cow though. So, an hour 20, just under an hour 20 to do a 100% run. I really do have to wonder if you forget the bracelets and you just run through the game. Because there's 2 ways to think about it. This is all the logic I put into the thought. If I can get everywhere immediately, like you saw that last bit climbing up to the top of the mountain, I can go from the beach that you start at to the top of the mountain in less than 3 seconds. But if I am just so overly thorough that I never have to go back to the mountain, then I don't ever have to do that. So the thing I wanted answered today was, do bracelets save you time? And I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. Because I couldn't save any time with them. Even when I thought I could, you know, we got to the well, I thought the last thing on the mountain was a challenge to go across the map to the forest. And then we get all the way back from the other challenge, and then there's something else up on the mountain. So I don't know if I just need to be more frequent with Jill's phone, and then you have the problem of only having 2 abilities. So if you have Jill's phone, you either can't balloon or you can't ragdoll. I suppose if I had to pick between the 2, balloon would be more practical than ragdoll. Entirely because ragdoll requires height. The only problem is then you can't descend quickly without ragdoll. You know what would be an interesting, very, very interesting mechanic, although this would make speedruns so much easier, so I don't know if it'd work. If you could bind 2 favorite abilities to your pockets, and then have a hotkey to switch. Like a 2 loadout thing. Because you've already got 2 abilities. Oh. I was about to say, you know, I never checked if we had every weapon, hat, and shield in the game. But you don't get the secret ending if you haven't got every weapon, hat, and shield in the game, right? Right? You need weapon, hat, and shield collection to beat the game, right? Okay, we have everything. Just a moment where I'm like, wait, did I even verify that I even completed the run? We have everything. A whole lot and more. We never made the ninja headbands. Out of all the runs that actually got us sub 120, it was the one that didn't have the ninja headband. Maybe this thing is what's cursed. So, what I was saying before about not having the fast descent. We thought the Loon is more practical for climbing, sure, and climbing is slower than falling, sure. But if we don't have a ragdoll, so here's just a regular ragdoll from above the tower. You hit your max speed and smack into the ground. Here's that same climb and that same fall without ragdoll. I stand corrected. Ragdoll might be complete placebo. I may not need it. Holy cow. Was that quicker? Is that okay, so once again, let's try that again. This time we're going for horizontal. So I think with ragdoll I could probably reach over there. I mean, with ragdoll you can ragdoll jump, so yes, obviously I can reach over there. Without ragdoll though, I can't jump, I can only balloon again. But still, let's try. That is nowhere near as horizontally far. You would need to balloon again. But it's absolutely not quicker to descend with ragdoll. Maybe it's just a quicker... So, maybe ragdoll falls... accelerates faster. Yeah, maybe. I feel like it takes longer to get the trail. Probably because you'd have jumping mechanics, but... So we can test that, actually, jumping mechanics. No, I can't really use the ragdoll test. I feel like it does fall faster, but not faster speed, just accelerates faster. To be fair, for cross-map travel, you're never going to beat ragdoll, though. If you can actually pull it off and not lose your absolute shit trying to do a simple timing mechanic. I say simple, right? But it's actually super precise and kind of annoying. But if you can do this, you can literally fly. You know what? I think to relax the next run I do in this game, I'm just gonna go mow some grass. I think that's... It's solid. It's solid. Oh. First person mode? What? I think the next timed run I do is gonna be... Honestly, it's just a more brutal 100% run, let's be honest. I'm not smashing with a cardboard, I'm smashing with the grass. HIMBY's lawn mowing service. We cut every blade of grass on the island. Except for in the dream world. But you know what? Should we end on dream mode? We should try and go out of bounds in dream mode. Assuming that's not going to be like a monumental task. Because I want to know where it is. If we can A, get access to dream mode early, or B, exit dream mode early, I would like to know. But dream mode is not a small area. It's larger than the small island. Not tonight. No. So, as much as I would like to know where it is, and as much as I would like to switch up gears before ending stream, I think developing carpal tunnel in my thumb and the idea of using the balloon bubblegum launch trick even more just to find out where that area is, I feel like I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna have to pass on that, but apparently I owe 2 cups of tea, so we're gonna have to do something. So... Oh. Bear with me. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea. Alright, I've got this one apricot bar here too. I think to account for 6. And then I'll probably have takeout for dinner or a steak. I haven't decided. But for now, I'm gonna close live split. We're gonna save the splits. I'm surprised the game runs so well. I've actually had Game Francis open. Alrighty, we're Gonna go get a cup of tea twice somehow and drink both before ending stream. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, is there? I have my cups of tea. My raisin. I dehydrated apricot bar. So, a little exhausted. I'm a little beat, I'll admit. Wasn't really expecting to be stuck doing this for so long. Raisin insufficient. Oh, there's gonna be a bit of a curse if we keep getting color rate redeemed because I'm not gonna have time to go make dinner. I've got both my cups of tea. Raisins and apricot bars are going to have to do. Because I need to go cook tea once stream finishes. Which will be soon. The only problem with not adding milk to drinks is that they're piping hot. The mess that today and yesterday have been. I'm kind of just glad we got a somewhat satisfying ending out of it. Also, I really gotta ask the devs at some point. Is the camera moving because they want it to? Because the camera is moving. As soon as I said it, it stopped. To double check the laser on my mouse now. Because I swear, there are times where I see, if I was going to take a guess, I swear I see the camera move as though it's being caught in a gust of wind. I mean, that one was clear as day. It moved down though, not with the wind direction, so I don't know. That one moved back up. I don't know. HIMBY might just be jittering about when he blinks, the camera moves. I mean, it's not like the camera randomly moving like that isn't something worthy of a bug report, but it's just noteworthy to me. I more want to know if it's intentional or not. just your blood vision wavering, increased blood sugar. It's definitely not my vision. Although, probably doesn't help not having blurry screen on, hey? If you watch the stool and the boundaries of the screen, you will see the boundaries of the screen will change and the stool will rotate. I'm certain I'm not imagining it. I'm gonna look back on this world tomorrow and think I'm crazy. You know what we're gonna do to test? Here we go, we've got a good test. The tree to the right of the stool is going to have a hairline pixel gap. So we're gonna put the stool there. Oh, any gap that could be measured to be fine though. So let's try that one. There, right above the junk for trash sign, there's a gap between the stool and the tree. And that moved. I'm not insane. That moved. I saw it. You know I'm not crazy if you ever see the two touch though. I don't know, I'll be that lucky. I'll need them. They got further apart. I'm definitely not imagining that. Look how far apart they are now. Jitter for the sake of jitter, but only while the camera is sat still. No game development experience. No, I have coding experience, but not game dev experience. I just know how to pull these things apart from the consumer side. And a little bit of the theory as to what goes into it. But not the practical, sadly. Been sweaty, palming it off for like 10 hours, and I'm kind of glad I'm giving my vomit a break from the spacebar spam today. It actually got very painful. But I want to, you know what? I want to take a moment here. I stood over here. Let's stop it. We've had a very active stream, and I've been very preoccupied to take time out and actually shout anyone out or thank them properly. Jonathan and Shahusho have both gone off to bed, but they both were playing Valheim. Jonathan, oh, that's new. Oh, look at that. It's got a little thing pop up there and it says moo. Fancy. Twitch is getting fancier. I like that. But they play, Jonathan Raymaker plays a lot of crafting sandbox games, so survival crafting stuff. He's got Scrap Mechanic, or he used to have Scrap Mechanic on Wednesdays. I believe his Mondays are Raft. And he plays Valheim as a pretty decent core. I do play with him, full disclosure. Every Sunday we join up with the herd over on Jonathan Raymaker's stream. And we do what is currently, did I have it? Event. Here. Sunday. Let's just go Sunday. Hosted by the very lovely Jonathan Raymaker, we're playing a custom map that has custom builds and adventures dungeons on it. The creator of the map spent something like 450 hours building that world. Dev Command in the lot. They put 450 hours into that world to give any. Like, you can download it. Actually, there's a link in nexusmods.com. Valheim Mods 1723. You can download it and play it for yourself. It's a custom built map to give you a storied experience inside of the game of Valheim. Inside of Valheim's story. You're in comms with them while they made that world. Oh, you know more about it than me at that point then. We're still picking it apart, trying to figure out what's what. And I gotta say, Valheim is quite a large canvas to be painting onto. We have no idea. When we find something that points us to another direction, it's fairly obvious we're being pointed in a direction. But we've got this weird stalemate with the map where we can't figure out when. Should we prep? Should we build? Should we get equipped? Or just throw ourselves blindly into the fray and, you know, run into 5-star joggers and 4-star skeletons. It's been chaos because when, you know, we find hints and stuff to point us in the right direction. But we don't know what we're going to find there, and we don't know how under-geared we are. We don't know anything. It's going to be a bit of a trip getting through into Plains content, I think. But it's been an absolute treat playing through the map. Shahusho and Jonathan are both there, as well as we've got Rob Wharton. Azad has joined back recently as well, and I do apologize immensely, but there's a couple of people whose names I'm still learning. I can tell you in-game, I think we have Andrea, there's Jonathan, Shahusho, Spider Bob. You've got Gubin. Gubin's there as well, of course. Oh, and Warlock! Warlock's in the run too. He joined because he's back from the land of the dead. Very glad to hear him come back. No, it's good to have Warlock back, and it's good to have him back in a run too on the Sundays. So, thank you, Shahusho and Jonathan, for the raids earlier. We also had a raid before then from Blue, which I wasn't able to shout out, but I also haven't even shouted out. So, Lord. Make sure I spell it correctly, though. Yes. That's right. Shahusho. I like this new bubble thing that shows up, though. I'm a casual player, so not pushing for something. I like to play survivor building games and some shooter games once in a while. And lately he's been playing Monster Hunter World, and it's honestly given me that kick that I want to get back into it too. I've been seeing him do like the questing stuff, or what was the first one I saw him doing? Witcher! I saw him doing the Witcher one. It was like a nightmare. Because he had to fight some monster I didn't know was even in the game. And then, last but not least, we did have Blue rated us first, I believe. They were playing Across the Obelisk, which is a card game that honestly was taking up my life before this game arrived. And as odd, I should like subscription too. Is that yesterday or today? No, that was today. That time says 9 hours, and I thought that might have been yesterday, but no, I've been streaming for 10. Just making sure. And the Crazy Willy! Oh, we do have a board dance redeemed. If I ever actually finish setting up Mix It Up, board dance will just happen automatically. It should be so nice. Technically, board dance shouldn't even cost 800 bird seed. Because the exclamation board is basically free now. I think it costs 1. And that was my idea. I wanted to give new viewers something they could do that would give them a pretty fair idea of what they were in for. So, for a couple of months prior, and I still plan to keep doing it, I've had type board. It's free, as part of my stream title. Hasn't really worked, no one's taken the bait. Some people come in and type board. I've never had a first time chatter open with exclamation board yet. I will not stop until I get at least one. You're funding a palace? That reminds me, was it Subaru who funded a palace and said I need to put my PC specs into the about section too? I gotta actually do that because that's what the Fund a Palace is. You get to request one change. If it's stupid, I'm allowed to say no. Well, in 20 minutes it's RL Croft. I suppose we'll be doing RL Croft soon. Good lord, that's been long enough for it to go again, hasn't it? Aha! Cooldown timer, apparently. I went line 9. I think he got scammed out of that. Cooldown timer was just expiring. You should have got a new one. Oh yeah. I completely forgot. I've got that buy a sub thing there for 500,000 channel points. Gotta be careful with that. I mean, it's like, I don't want it to be impossible to reach. It's not meant to be
Don't drink and say drink only water
something
and
you
milk.
never unlock.
Else your bones will be weak.
But if I keep
Like
streaming the hours I do,
Skyrim.
people think that they
Water
take
is
it
health
on
as
and more
fuck.
frequently
You
than I
better
want.
drink water, drink water, drink
I
water,
have the
drink
whole
water,
color
bitch.
thingy.
Drink
I'm a
water,
white
drink
bar.
water, drink water,
I'm back to
bitch.
raisins.
Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Also, if you'll excuse me, this is a lovely screensaver and I'm just gonna kind of record 60 seconds of this. Or so. I'll be right back. Thank you for the hydrate first. Let me get that out the way. Exclamation board will be temporarily unavailable. And I'll crinkle the crackle before I go, so I'm gonna be gone for a few minutes. I feel like the packaging sounds different now that it's empty. Could just be me. Okay. How are we lining this up? Top down? Bottom up? I kind of like bottom up. We definitely want to see sold out. I feel like top down might be my go. Okay. We gotta pick one though and run with it. That's my pick. Be right back. I've decided that that whole bit might be defunct because I'm wearing the wrong hat. Need a bucket. Need a wrench. Trash can's already equipped. Yeah, that's better. Perfect. Alright, take 2. A fair amount of HIMBY cutscene. And I do love the idea of switching through the hats if it weren't for the fact that the camera seems to just rotate randomly. I wonder if do you think it is phantom mouse inputs? I'm kind of curious if I can see it while I'm tapped out at the moment. They could be coded as phantom mouse inputs, or it could be coded as simply move the camera. It feels like it's coded like phantom mouse inputs, though. Don't ask me why. Oh, no. Well, let me believe that. But also, am I crazy or is it not happening now that I'm tapped out? I feel like it's coded as phantom mouse inputs. Or it's my mouse. There's two options there, I suppose. I don't think it's happening anymore. Let me set the mouse down, let go. No hand on mouse. Immediately though. Okay, so would that be more noticeable if I tab out? Not exactly leaving me hopeful that it's not just my mouse. But, I mean, that's kind of a catch, isn't it? If it's phantom mouse inputs, it requires I be tabbed in anyway because it's sending commands to the mouse to be input into the game. Like mouse simulation in a sense. But you know, I'm tabbed back in, I still don't see it moving. So maybe let's try something new, shall we? Oh! Have we found out something though? The camera actually changes properties when you're this close and it clips into something. No, it still moves. For some reason I really thought we could pin it to in-game software behavior by changing the camera property. I don't even know how much of the camera properties changed like this, but that tooth is getting smaller at the bottom. The only thing left to do, only one thing left for it, is to sit my mouse there in a different window. Oh, hot damn, it's my mouse. Well, that was easy to solve. My mouse just jumped in Windows Explorer slightly to the right. Well, problem solved. I don't need to ask anyone if there's phantom movements in the game, because the answer is no. My mouse is dying. I cleaned it up, too. But sometimes there's a hair that gets on the laser, and that makes things go a little haywire. But apparently no hair, just mouse being weird. Got its own phantom inputs. We've done enough try-harding for one day. It's time to just be HIMBY again. Actually, I need to do that. And in my defense, this mouse has lasted longer than most do. Oh! Hey, that thing where I turned my overlay off because I was recording a screensaver. I may have broke board for good actually, accidentally. Oh. Also, a little birdie in Discord told me something that I want to try. Well, I tried it. Success. But now... Ow. 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 I kinda need to stick it onto the front, don't I? You know, they've got these lovely trampoline lines right here. Ow. Come on. Come on. Oof. So close. I hope our other crop doesn't require much of the space bar, because that definitely has not gone away. timing there. Ooh. We're fine. Did I break board? There's board. That took a little long. Sorry, Trinity. I wonder if I could somehow manipulate myself into swinging this around even faster. Almost. You can't help but swing faster than the windmill. Even if it's stuck on it. Oh, Lord. Okay. Where's my mouse? Where's my button mapping? Skip dialogue. Let's leave it on D, why not? I'm less likely to press D randomly. You know what's actually the saddest thing in this whole game? This water spout has no physics. Okay, that might be the saddest thing in the game, but there's also other sad things. Did you know there's a swing set in this game? And did you know you could do a full loop on it? But also, did you know, minor spoiler warning here, doing a full loop on the swing set is not one of the 11 hidden achievements. I really actually thought it might have been one of these secret achievements. Don't tell me this is like a Fallout thing where you only get to do it on certain days. Like stupid Easter eggy stuff that they did. Like you log in on Christmas and you get the weird Christmas bauble or something. I stand corrected. Apparently it's not possible. Wise man once warned you, never deny your child a moment punishment. Oh, never deny your child a moment of punishment. No, never deny your child a moment pushing them on the swings. You never know when they'll never ask again. I don't seem to be doing very good at this, apparently. Full and ninja gear and a skateboard! What's more sporty than that? Now surely we'll be able to climb to new heights and do a flip. I actually hope that really wasn't just a quirk of the moment that I could do it the other day. I think I have to give up on this. Oh well. I got hit by the swing set. Oh. Ugh. Oh wow, I got so far away the swing stopped. Also, weirdly, this part of the bar has no physics. You can hand straight through with the sticky hands. Wait, you can just hand through the whole swing. Wait. Okay, never mind. How to justify to a kiddo to use the potty when you're pooping everywhere. Ah, well, speaking of RL, we've got RL Craft on the horizon, and I think I swapped the tree at first. I think we need a tree with a bit more space. Although maybe it's too high, I can't exactly see anything. Nope, never mind. Found it. Come on, you can do it. Momentum up. Alright, well, I can barely keep my eyes open. But I think I've had my... Whoop. I am going to try and desperately stay awake for Arla Croft. Oh, who's that? In my screenshots? It's more likely than you think. Oh lord, what a day. Look, I'm just glad I didn't go home completely empty-handed. We got a sub 1 hour, 20 minutes. But holy hell, how the hell? Look, honestly, you know what's gonna be, like, I'm gonna just be hurt after today. Because we're gonna go over and watch whoever submits the faster run today in 100%. We're gonna watch that run. We're gonna see them probably use a combination of some of the strategies I used today. And we're just gonna see them not stuff up. One I didn't properly try, like properly try, was just running the game back to front, regularly, old-fashioned style, but collecting everything as thoroughly as you can before moving on. You don't need to move at the speed of light or the speed of sound if you just need to move 3 feet. And so that's the general idea, is like if you were just cleaning out stuff as you move, climbing around the map normally, going to each location in its own time, maybe that does end up quicker because of all of the reduced backtracking. The Vomatron. Have you ever been one of those spinny carnival rides? I have not. I don't. Weird story. Don't really like carnivals. Not the rides, at least. All the mechanical gizmos and giant contraptions you bolt yourself into to go on. I don't. Look, you wouldn't even find me on like a kid's type train roller coaster, let alone an actual. Good fun, death traps. Not for me. I'm of the firm stance that if I don't have the direct control over pedals and wheels, and I don't get the say over what the thing's doing, then it's not fun. Or might be a death trap.